Alright, continuing to grind out the Witcher 3 DLC here. Let's head out. It's an unmissable quest that I just triggered. I just looked up where it is, so I'm gonna head off in that direction. Probably can warp nearby, southeast of my new house. So it's somewhere around here, I guess? Maybe it's that building right there. Okay, hold on. There we go. Aren't you spotting right outside the fence?
Move it.
Repair my crap here soon too.
Hey-ya.
There's the orphanage, which is not what I was hoping for. So maybe it's northeast.
Sweet mother of mine.
Here we are.
I just hope no one sees us. Calm down. You. See us all this town. Confound it. Just as I thought. I knew someone would spy us.
Sorry.
Never learn. Choke him out. Toss him in the river.
Sucks for being that guy. Search the mill for clues.
Footprints lead upstairs. No peasant's boots made these.
Mill register number 247 belongs to Count Louis de Croix. Okay.
Notice. Delacroix was out to sell the mill and adjoining lands.
Got our intrigue squeeze box again. See if I can just repair this.
Blood. Lots of it. Not all human either. This is where Detloff lost his hand. And where he quartered Delacroix.
Okay.
Definitely the scene of the crime. Not likely to learn much else here, though.
Oh, weird. Just extremely strange. Okay. I don't even know why that's locked out.
Faster.
Okay.
Keep calm. Starts no frogs.
Ah! Caught you, you little fart! So how would you explain it? Whether it pours for a week or the sun bakes our pates, we've always mud up to our ankles here.
You can't blame me for Beauclair's fickle weather.
Fickle weather! I've seen you! You empty your chamber pot in front of our shop each morn, so folks will dirty their boots, go to you to get them cleaned.
A far-fetched conspiracy theory, sirs.
I'll conspire to welt your bum with my belt. Come here.
Leave him alone.
Just who this
I don't know,
spit at
man.
you?
Kid's got a bag around his neck.
A witcher, and I'd advise you to go back where you came from.
I thought witches defend men from monsters.
Go back,
not
thee,
cheats
from whence thou
from
came.
justice.
Need to talk to the boy.
You can chat to him all you like, after we tan his hide. So stand down.
Not gonna happen.
Won't it? Well, then we'll thrash you as well, which is all the same to me.
Blood! Blood! We'll break your legs, vagrant!
Teach you to help
Circle him!
lords and
Circle
chiefs.
him! Now! Now!
They're really surrounding me here.
A billion blighted barrels!
Seem to really restrict the space where you can fist fight here, which is smart.
I take him from the left!
What's the meaning of this? The brawl? Who started it?
I'm investigating the beast, on the Duchess's orders.
Ah, yes. We've heard of you.
Harassing a
And
boot
these men,
black.
what are they doing?
Nothing really. Had a little misunderstanding. Figured it out, though.
Uh-huh, I see. As the Duchess's protege, you may go. But this lot, that's another matter. You'll come with us. Some time in a cell ought to scare the dimwits out of you. Come on.
You're very good with your fists, sir. Wouldn't be looking for work, would you? We'd make a fine duo.
Yeah? How you imagine that working?
Splendidly. That's how. I suggest a partnership, where I see to the boots while you stand guard. And as you're the stronger, come morn you take the chamber pot out and help me make mud.
Bit about the mud's true? They were right to want to box your ears.
I've got to make a living somehow, so what say you, sir? Partners?
Let me think about it. Listen, I'm interested in a certain gentleman.
Oh, wait! Before we get to talking, please, take a seat.
But my boots are clean.
In this city, no boots are clean unless they just come off my stand. A seat, sir, please.
Didn't realize his goth vampire boots had spurs on them.
So then, who was it you wanted to ask about?
One of your patrons. Tall, elegant black frock. Not from around here.
An arrival? Indeed. I hear a faint bell ringing. A modest sum might make it sing out loud
And this
and
kid is
clear.
shrewd as
How
fuck.
much?
Let's say 500
It's
crowns.
so much money.
What? Gotta be kidding me. What would you even do with that kind of coin?
Expand my venture. I'm sure you can imagine. Have a proper stand with a big sign. I want a new box too. New polishes, new brushes. And if I've enough coin left, I'll buy a share in a launderer's. Get wastewater for free.
Got it all planned out.
I should think so. Capital is all I require.
No way. Not about to contribute to your shady venture. You'll tell me what you know, for free.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. As you wish, sir. I know the fellow you seek, though I don't know his name. A steady patron. Gets his boots cleaned every few days. He's very good to me. Always pays me a premium.
Know where I might find him?
No? But you could wait here. Perhaps he'll stop by.
Don't have the time for that. Sure you don't know where to find him? Or maybe notice which direction he came from?
When I clean boots, sir, I do not look up to see where folk come from. I clean.
It seems you're having a rough go of it.
Oh, you're here. Feeling better?
I am, thank you. The local necropolis. The air does wonders for me. Now, if I might intercede, I dare say I've the right question to ask. Young man, you see this vial? One drop added to your boot polish will help you wipe even the most encrusted boot clean as the dome of St. Lebioda's Cathedral. With it, you will serve 3 times as many patrons at a fraction of the effort.
The true?
Piles
You're just
will
fucking with
coin.
him.
I'm prepared to give you this vial if you tell me where the man we seek lives.
But you won't hurt him, will you? The gentleman's art, true, but he's kind.
In point of fact, he's a friend. Yet we had a falling out of sorts and would like to straighten matters out.
I leave his boots at the door of a house near the port. The door is red,
Lancelot Court. Red door.
but I do not know if the gentleman lives there.
Worth checking. Might happen on a lead.
Would you let me scrape the dirt off your kickers before you go? With all due respect, sirs, your boots could stand a cleaning.
Thank you. Perhaps later.
Interesting magic boot polish, Regis.
Handled that kid pretty well.
Finding the right approach. That's the trick to dealing with children.
Yeah, saw that. Meaning the right thing to bribe them with.
Better to die and drink than
Pretty much.
Red door. One the boot black mentioned. Won't budge. Gotta break it down.
You might just as well stand out in the street, pound on a drum and holler, "Detlef, I'm coming for you." A bit more finesse, I implore you.
Let's hear your idea.
Give me a moment.
Equal power.
Nice. Ever consider becoming a burglar? Skill like that'd come in awful handy.
I considered it briefly, but ultimately concluded it would be terribly dull. Come.
We're not afraid of that saturation slider in this town.
He here? Sense him.
No, he's not here, but he was here recently. His scent is still strong.
A spooky house to live in.
Let's look around. Old toy. No use to anyone. Shame. Must have brought someone joy sometime.
I find these...
Somebody fixed this recently. No dust mark. Somebody moved this here recently.
Jump rope. Eviction notice. That sucks. Letter to the shopkeeper. Kind of like Santa Claus, basically? That's interesting. I'm not afraid to do
Nice little trinket.
direct references like that in the Seven Dwarves thing earlier.
Sometimes I think I might end up like one of these toys. Somebody fixed this recently. So this is his nest. to look around.
Suspicious
Let's
letter
go.
here.
Detloff van der Eretain, you do not know us, but we know you to be a vampire. We know also of your weakness for the wench they call Renowed. Now you know this. We shall chain her down and let rats feed on her. We shall flay the skin from her flesh. Yet you can save her. You need but travel to Beauclair, where you shall slay 5 men in the manner we prescribe.
Interesting.
You must complete the killing in 3 days. Fail, and the next letter you receive will contain a memento of your failure. Your beloved's finger.
There you have it. Proof positive Detlav killed not of his own accord. A blackmailer sunk his claws into him.
Any idea what it could be? Detloff have any enemies?
Indeed. Detlav gains foes occasionally, but they never live long.
One might have managed to evade him.
Possible in theory, but I know of none. It would have to be someone devilishly dangerous. As you well know, having faced Detlav yourself, whoever it is someone new.
Who's Renowed?
His one-time lover. The sole human woman with whom he was very close. Because she accepted him. With her aid and care, he found a place for himself in this hostile world. She began the work that I strive to continue.
Ever meet her?
Never had the pleasure, alas. She deserted him a time before he came round to save me, though he always claimed she'd gone missing.
Interesting.
Why do you think that? Any signs or clues to that effect?
None to be found. Apparently she disappeared one day. Her belongings disappeared with her. Not a scenario one associates with kidnapping. In my humble opinion, she left on her own. Scared off perhaps by a bout of Detlav's rage that revealed his other, more monstrous side.
Detloff have trouble letting go, accepting that she'd left him?
Is that so hard to believe? Do you know no humans who've struggled with just such a thing? And Detlav is so much more emotional than most humans. Not only was she his beloved, his lover, his mate, she was a member of his pack. And one never leaves one's pack voluntarily.
Detloff ever try to find her? I mean, if she was that important. Higher vampires have their ways. All
I suspect
kinds.
there's something
Should have
more
been
going
easy as
on
pie
there
for him.
implying.
Geralt, as you rightly noted, we are vampires, not miracle workers. He searched for months on end before giving up. Clearly Renowed knew him all too well. Enough to cover her tracks, leave no way for him to find out.
Even if Renowed did abandon him that time, looks like someone's actually kidnapped her this time.
Hard to argue with that. And hard to foresee what he's prepared to do to free her, get her back.
He's prepared to kill, that's clear.
As would you be for Yennefer. He kills for he cares for her deeply. And that blood, those individuals, they mean nothing to him.
Yeah, I get it now. He's out to rescue a female from his pack.
Exactly.
Right, so someone's blackmailing him. We know that. Still have no idea who. Need to look around some more.
Joke.
No dust mark. Somebody moved this here recently.
I find these puppets rather disturbing.
Woman's likeness. Bit smudged. That Renowed?
I don't know. As I said, I never met her.
Reminds me of someone.
Who?
Not sure. Can't help feeling I've seen that face before, though. Nice little
Interesting.
trinket. Tools were used recently. Detloff unwind by fixing toys between murders.
Really now, Geralt, must you?
Nice tune.
Indeed. I'm not certain why, but it reminds me of home. Our true home from before the conjunction of spheres.
Interesting.
Look, slips of paper, name on each. Count Crespi, Count Dulac, Milton de Peyrac-Peyrin, Count Delacroix.
Detlav's victims, one and all. But that's not his hand.
Must have come from whoever wrote the letter. All of it written using the same ink. See the color?
I don't know if know enough about Regis to see if he's trying to, if he's like jealous.
Pretty much found only in.
Nazaire. But I fear it means very little. Anyone could have imported such ink.
Fair enough. Still worth remembering.
Look, this slip is stained.
With wine. Not much to go on either, especially not in Beauclair.
Perhaps. Yet perhaps also worth remembering.
Blackmailer. Kinda curious who it could be.
Why is that?
Regis. Somebody kidnapped a vampire's lover. Bold to begin with. Now they're forcing the vampire to kill. A vampire you yourself insisted no murderer. Blackmailer's skilled. Someone special.
Astute. Now that I think of it, I'm beginning to wonder if...
It's not one of your kind. Another
Yeah, I'm
vampire.
wondering if it's Regis,
Precisely.
but
The plot thickens.
Just a hypothesis. Wouldn't set my heart on it till we know more.
Right you are.
Let's sum up what we know. Seems Detlef's being blackmailed. Someone's been feeding him his victims' names.
All noted down using one and the same Nazari ink, and not in his handwriting.
Not much.
But enough to ascertain Detlef's innocence, clearly.
Not how I'd put it. Doubt it's how the Duchess will see it either.
I trust you to convince her. And then...
What? Go on, don't be shy. See you've got it all figured out, including the grin I gotta wear.
It's a rather bold plan, but... Were we to find Renowed, we would strip the blackmailers of their hold on Detlef.
That's one idea. Could be worth a shot. But what about Detlef? He gonna go on killing while
yeah,
I'm
there's only
out
one more
searching
person
for his
who's gonna
lover?
die.
He will not. I shall convince him to stay his hand. Assure him you're a friend seeking to help. I'll await him here. He's sure to return sooner or later.
Think he'll listen?
He will.
Ought to wait with you, maybe.
No, he'll sense you from a mile off. Simply fail to appear. I'd better stay alone. You must trust me on this.
Fine. Need to report to the Duchess first.
So be it. We'll await you here. Detlef and I both.
Jump right and rosy. It always gives me trouble.
Just give me an entry
Life's
update
like
about...
an
Tried to avoid this because I think there might be spoilers about characters, but... Oh, this is just like the story so far. Not talking about like Regis' story before the game. Okay. Butchered by angry villagers.
Oh!
Ow!
Probably faster. Let me just turn around and warp.
Lovely trout.
Our Duchess is a lovely lassie.
Hey Nomic, how you doing? There's background stuff about Ciri that was clarified through the plot that I
Do I ever feel
would have rather learned, and I did in fact learn it through dialogue than through the glossary entries. Okay.
Your Grace. The palace is secure.
Geralt of Rivia, Master Witcher.
That's me.
I was not mistaken. You arrived and trouble followed soon after.
Step aside. Got a matter for the Duchess.
At last, Witcher. We've been on tenterhooks. Did you catch Milton's killer?
Case is more serious than we thought. The beast? I couldn't kill it. Didn't manage.
We sent you after a monster, and you return with nothing? We are very disappointed.
Situation's not quite that simple. Beast's a powerful vampire.
Ha! Is this a problem? Is it too much for a witcher? A monster slayer? But everyone knows how to end a vampire. Draw him by trick into sunlight. Or arm yourself with ample garlic and drive a stake through its heart.
Garlic's useless against vampires. Sun and stakes don't hurt him either. Those methods, pure invention. Only work in legends and fables.
And buckthorn? When I was a child, Grandmama Ademarta always claimed buckthorn drives off vampires.
Silver sword's your best option for keeping them at bay. But it won't get the job done, because only a higher vampire can truly kill another of its kind.
Excuses. Ha! Your Grace, I shall assemble a battue. Bring the matter to its end at once. The Witcher need but tell us where to find this monster.
Go ahead. Send them to their death. Certain death.
To a lone Witcher, perhaps. To 40 of my men-at-arms, but another skirmish.
40, 50, 100? Doesn't matter. Won't make any difference against him.
You have not seen my guardsmen in action.
Can they fight fog? Hit a target that moves faster than the wind?
How? What creature can do such things?
Higher vampires.
Creatures like this one. Higher vampires, we call them. Each one's a little different. Unique or exceptional, you might say. Some transform into giant bats. Others communicate with animals, command them.
Okay, so that
Yet
explains
all are still
the boring
brainless beasts.
main
Dead
campaign
wrong.
guy.
Thinking of lesser vampires. Alps, Ekamaras, Catacans, for instance. They're ruled by instinct, sure. Attack anything that smells of blood. Higher vampires? They think. They employ reason.
Monsters driven by reason. A curious contention. What, then, do you intend to do?
It's way beyond being some monster. This is a powerful being that's walked the world for centuries.
Yeah, impossible. If so great is their power, why have they not killed or enslaved us all?
Don't usually meddle in our matters. Mostly stay out of our way because they don't care about humans one way or the other.
And they do not
Cattle.
fear we shall wipe them out one day.
They'd probably be pretty amused if you asked them that. They're well aware of their strength.
Then what can we do? Do you have a plan?
Try to talk to him. That's our best bet.
I cannot believe this. Her Grace summons a Witcher to kill a monster. Instead, he wishes to chat with it. Ha!
Know what I'm doing. His lover was kidnapped. He's being blackmailed.
Blackmailed? Be so kind as to explain how a vampire might be blackmailed.
Higher vampires? They're like us, motivated by emotions, not instinct. Not only are they intelligent to an extreme, they're emotionally rich, capable of feeling many things, even love. This one fell in love with a woman, a human, and he'll do anything to keep her from harm.
You do not, I trust, suggest we let Milton's killer go free. Or wait until it murders again. We must render it harmless as quickly as possible.
Which is why that's my aim now, to prevent further attacks. Vampires only half the problem. Blackmailers at fault chiefly. Kidnapped the woman to control the vampire.
And what do you propose to do?
I'll find the blackmailer, free the vampire's lover.
You were to destroy him, not help him.
No one else should die. That's most important. As soon as the woman's safe, he'll have no more reason to kill.
I admit to being swayed, Witcher. You may be right. Do you know anything about the blackmailer?
Got one lead.
They did a good job
A few
of
scraps
writing the
of
dialogue
paper.
so that the optional
Blackmailer wrote
text
the
still
names of the
leads into the
vampire's
main
victims
prompt.
on them. One of them stained. A drop of wine, looks like. So damn little to go on.
You've no idea how wrong you are, my dear. Send for the ducal sommelier. Hop, hop!
It's funny.
In Tucson, wine is sacred. Here there is no such thing as a drop of wine, or stains therefrom. They are stains from a drop of Est, Ervelus, Fiorano.
Your Grace wished to see me?
Witcher, show him the paper scrap.
In the Witcher universe, sommeliers are a real thing.
Benoit, can you determine which wine made this stain?
Then I'm going to give you 9 other post-it notes that have test wines to see if you can actually tell the difference.
Yes, yes. The west bank of the Saar too. That's rather obvious. Aged in barrels of Beauclair oak. Hue, deep burgundy. Clarity, high. It's simple. Saint-Réal, the 1269 vintage.
That's impossible. The wine is produced at Castle
Exciting.
especially and exclusively for the ducal table. Perhaps some Saint-Réal was stolen. We must go to the vineyard, see if there's not been an incident.
Saint-Réal. Never heard of it.
It's highly unlikely you've ever had a chance to partake of it. As I said, it is only ever
it
served
blood
to the
wine?
ducal family.
Didn't stop it from ending up on that scrap of paper. Unless your Grace's sommelier is mistaken.
In matters of wine, Benoit is never mistaken. If he says it's Saint-Réal, it is Saint-Réal. We must ride to Castel Revello at once. Discover what has happened.
Wait. Your Grace wants to go with me? Out of the question.
I hope you do not suppose we will sit on our ducal hiney and do nothing while our duchy is in grave danger.
Your Grace, what you propose is far too dangerous. The Witcher should go alone.
It pleases me to see you gentlemen finally agree on something. But I've made my decision. We shall go, accompanied by the best possible escorts. You, Captain, and Geralt. We will travel incognito. We've no wish to give the court any reason to gossip. For the duration of this mission, I release you from your obligation to adhere to court protocol. In short, from now on, I am Anna Henrietta, not your Grace.
Yes, Your Grace. Witcher, are you ready?
Sure, let's do it.
Ready to go.
Excellent. Give me a moment. I must don something more appropriate and concealing. Then we will be off.
Sort of third and a half costume.
This vampire, have you ever faced its sort before?
I have.
How did it end? Did you kill it?
Didn't have to fight him. Hadn't killed anyone.
Have you ever heard of anyone defeating such a vampire?
Know of a man who defeated one, sure. But he didn't manage to kill it. Ultimately, only another vampire can kill a vampire.
You guys just want a canter, okay?
You, hey, with the blades on your back. Help us! Look, monsters all about.
You guys got anything else to talk about?
Have attacked the wagon. We must help.
Stay back, Your Grace. We shall see to this. Help! Save us!
Hey, more panthers.
Back, you beast! Return! Save us! Back, you beast! Return!
Done. Time to move on.
If not for you, we'd have been done for.
Thank you.
You saved our lives.
Hooray!
Move it!
Death pose is pretty funny.
Tell me more about this vineyard. Castel Revello.
It's the best in Oltusa. An old master of the winemaking trade runs it. Fabricio. He's
Fabricio!
held his post for years. There's never been a problem. Till now. I wish to know your thoughts, Geralt. The Saint-Réal stain, how did it wind up on the paper? Is someone from the vineyard blackmailing the vampire?
Could be a servant. Could be the steward. Could be the wine was just stolen from the estate.
We shall know when we arrive. It's not far now.
Captain de la Tour, we did not expect any visitors from the palace. How are affairs at court?
Doubtless you've heard of the Beast of Beauclair. Well, we've our hands full. Especially since the rogue last attacked in the palace gardens.
I trust Her Illustrious Highness was not harmed.
Kind of you to ask, Master Fabricio. I am well.
Your Grace? We were not warned. I shall order the salon prepared at once.
That won't be necessary.
It's fine.
As you can see, we are not here on an official visit.
Naturally. Might I ask then what has brought you to Castel Ravello?
This is an inspection. We've got questions. You'll answer them.
Oh, and who are you, sir, to speak to me this way?
This is Geralt of Rivia, a witcher. He has come to Toussaint on my personal invitation.
Which is to say...
Which is to say, I expect you to treat him with the utmost respect.
Of course, Your Grace.
Did you hear that, Witcher? Fabricio will be delighted to answer your every question.
Want to talk about San Real?
I am at your service.
The San Real. How many vineyard workers have access to it?
One might say only I do.
Not like you make the wine all alone. At least a dozen others work here.
I see you've little notion how wine is made. Grapes travel a long road before they become Sonreal. The workers assist me only to the stage of fermentation. I see to the maceration personally and let no one near the fat. Workers, again, assist me during barreling, but then I seal the aging barrels myself, each and every one. The wine lies in the cellar, gains character. Once this process is complete, it becomes Sonreal. And as it happens, only I have the key to the cellar in question.
That doesn't sound good for you.
Who hauls the barrels to the palace?
We've our own garrison. Guards who have served here for years and would answer with their heads for the wine.
We'll not get anywhere asking questions, I see. It's a waste of time.
Your Grace? How am I to understand this?
Master Fabricio, we have proof someone's gained access to Sonreal. Someone who should not have, which means one of two things. Either you lie to our face, or you are an idiot who has had wine stolen from under his nose and not even realized it. In either case, you shall answer for it.
But...
Silence! And listen. I shall inspect the barrels in person, thus giving you time to reflect. When I return, I expect to hear answers. Remind me, where is this Sonreal stored?
In the main cellar, around the corner. I'll show you.
I shall find it. Give me the key to the cellar and wait here.
Oh, of course.
That's suspicious.
Here it is.
Come, Witcher.
Sorry,
We shall wait here,
Fabricio.
Master Fabricio.
Fabricio.
The scars of that witch's.
Caution, knights errant. Please stop attacking windmills. You don't stop attacking windmills. Okay. Tilted windmills. Bar guests. I need a hard-hined man who won't spill his sphincter at the sight of sorcery. What a sentence.
What if Fabricio's blackmailing the vampire? Considered that?
He has his flaws, but I would never suspect him of such a thing. He's been very loyal. He owes all he has to me.
Character we've
His
already
father
met
frittered away
is a
the
vampire,
family
or it's
fortune.
Regis.
He left his son an encyclopedic knowledge of wine. That is all. Fabricio lived as a beggar until I appointed him steward of Castel Ravello. Only then did he come into his own.
So where do we start?
Let us see if all the barrels are present. Here's the inventory ledger.
Vintner's log. Fermentation completed with no complications. Tapped above sediment line. Here it is. Barreling. Everything lines up at first glance. Neatly and thoroughly documented.
Then we must follow our other lead. Benoit said the stain came from the 1269 vintage. Let's find it.
Sure. Found it.
Herveloos. I like it. Quite dry.
An excellent wine. You've
Oh,
good
right,
taste.
wrong kind.
Est. Think everyone and their mother's heard of this wine.
Among the best in the world. Castel Ravello is famous for it.
Fiorano. Dandelion's favorite. Adores it.
Ah, yes. That sophisticated palate of his.
Got Pomino over here.
Upstairs.
San Real. 1270 vintage.
That's the wrong year. Keep looking.
Working on it.
San Real. Barrels are dated 1268.
Close, but not quite the right year.
Thank you, Anna. Here we go.
Right here. 1269. What now?
Let's see if any barrels are empty.
Wanna open them?
For now, a knock will suffice. If you hear a hollow thud, we will have found what we seek.
Full.
Full?
Full. This one's full too. Full. This one's full too. Looks like all the barrels are full. Dead end, I'm afraid.
Full they are. The question is, are they full of San Real? Grab a tap and a hammer. We shall open them one by one and taste.
Interesting.
Ready. We can start.
Go? No. Stand like slightly far away from it, I guess.
Ready.
Step aside.
She's got a cup, okay.
So,
Those hints of spice. Distinctive. This is San Real.
The barrel tapping animation. You're awful at that. Spilling everywhere.
Revolting, bitter plonk.
could have gone sour while aging.
Impossible. This is not wine. This is contaminated refuse that should never have made it into a barrel. The fact that it did was no accident, I'm sure.
Master Fabricio. Let's see what he has to say about it.
Master Fabricio, I am very disappointed.
But, Your Grace, I...
You are a step away from losing your
Hey,
head.
chill out.
Speak the truth and you might yet keep it.
I admit it. I sold a barrel of Sonreal. I beg you to forgive me.
Why did you do it?
I couldn't resist. The sum they offered, it was enormous. I gave in.
Is what I provide not enough?
I wished to buy back my family's estate. For here, nothing is truly mine. I've a roof over my head, ample food to eat, but what is a nobleman without land of his own?
Ooh.
I shall tell you everything if you agree to show me mercy.
Okay, I'm gonna tell me everything, whether I show you mercy or not, but it seems like something she would say.
Really thought nobody'd find out.
I was a fool, very foolish. I beg you, Your Grace, you must forgive me.
Who'd you sell the wine to?
A few weeks past at the pheasantry, a rich nobleman approached me. He called himself a diplomat, well connected at court. He suggested we embark on an enterprise. Some of his clients had offered dizzying sums for even a drop of Sonreal. He was to serve as intermediary.
This man's name.
He never revealed it. He was tall, black-haired, and spoke with a foreign lilt. He claimed to hail from Sintra.
I've no Sintrian aristocrat at court.
Wine itself. How'd you hand it over?
We met under the cover of darkness in the ruins of Fort Astre. A dozen or so men came to collect. Armed men. The kind that stink of trouble. I had hauled the barrel there.
Cut to him.
Transferred it to their cart, and we went our separate ways.
That's it? That the last you ever saw of them?
That is to say, a few days passed. A messenger arrived. He said they wished to buy another barrel and, well, I've prepared it. Have it ready to deliver.
That's enough. Know all we need to know.
Your Grace, I beg your forgiveness.
Get out of my sight. Captain, have your men take Master Fabricio to the dungeon. He must answer for his crime. High treason the charge. What now, Witcher?
We set a trap. Need to catch the wine thieves. Sintrian Noble could be our blackmailer. Next, transport. I'll take it to Fort Astra. Damien and his soldiers will cover me.
For once, I agree with you. We will do as you say. Let me know when you are ready.
Let's do it.
See no reason to wait. Let's get going.
We will set out now. Position ourselves before you arrive. You take the cart and meet us there.
Fine. When the handoff begins, watch for my signal. Relax. Now we wait.
It's a lot of dudes.
Ah, our favorite vintner.
Guy's clothes are ridiculous.
It's not him.
See the exploding barrel in time. This is not an exploding barrel? Oh, okay. It just takes a second. Got it. Hopefully it saved there. Yeah, exactly.
Formation! Don't disperse!
It is not worth it.
Magic!
Understood.
I do like that they're showing off with these like giant melees.
Is it just me, or did we agree you'd wait for my signal?
That was the plan, but...
Great shot. Good thing you reacted. Can't say how that would have ended otherwise.
At your service. It was a good fight. We managed to capture one of the
Oh,
scoundrels.
good.
Let's ask him a few questions. Come on.
Witcher, a moment. I was wrong about you.
Well, had no reason to trust me, and I didn't do much to change that.
True. You are not the most endearing of men. At any rate, I see the effort you put forth. And I appreciate it. Let us go to her grace. She awaits nearby.
Not at all surprised. Expected she'd want to oversee this personally.
The master's eye fattens the calf. You're beginning to understand that, I see. This prisoner of yours, bring him to me. We must ask him some questions. Captain, do the honors.
Who sent you?
His name is Dog. They say he plowed your mother.
Once again.
Who
Got blood on the
sent you?
cameraman.
Your nun's lover. They call him.
Wait. If he doesn't wish to speak, he needn't. I can think of several other ways he can be helpful. I'm certain the Witcher will need bait to lure the beast of Beauclair.
What?
usually only take measures like that as a last resort, but in this case, think I can make an exception.
Do as you deem fit. He is all yours.
Captain, have your men find me a strong rope. Kind that won't snap when we hang this fellow from a tree.
Rope?
Live bait. Great for monsters, provided they catch the scent of its blood. But I'll see to that.
What? No. Crikey, no! Don't let him!
Stop screaming. Save your strength. Got a long night ahead of you.
No! Don't let him! I'll talk!
Pretty spooked by vampires.
Barrels. Where were you gonna take them?
I don't know.
Captain, need that rope after all.
I truly don't know. Hornet's the leader, only he ever knew where to go. But he lies over there, dead. That one. The first barrel went to a warehouse at the port. But where this one was bound, I don't know. I speak true. You must believe me.
Who hired you?
He'll kill me.
I'll kill
Ought to
you.
be worried about me right now. Who is he?
Go on, man. Spit it out.
The Cintrian. That is what they call him. I've never seen him, but I know he mustered the men for this caper. That's what they said, that we were working for the Cintrian. I don't know anything else. I swear it.
Take him away. Throw him in the dungeon. He shall await trial there. Captain, we ride to town. Gather your men and seek out the Cintrian. Someone else must have seen him, must know of him.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll report to the palace as soon as I learn anything.
I shan't return to the palace. Our mission has not yet ended. The Witcher and I will await you at the guard post near the port.
Let's do it.
Let's go to town.
He's late.
Relax, he'll come.
There's something I'd like to know. How can you be so damned calm?
Side effect of my mutations. We Witchers rarely get the jitters.
What if something has happened to him?
Captain seems like a man who can take care of himself.
Perhaps he can, but this Cintrian appears to be no common bandit. He managed to steal ducal wine from under my guardsman's noses. We only learned of it through a fortunate coincidence. And it was he who specified the victims for the vampire.
Can't believe the
One must
guy
be
didn't, like,
exceptionally confident to
replace the
blackmail
post-it note
such a
with a
monster.
different post-it note.
Still don't know this Cintrian's behind the kidnapping and blackmail. Might have just handled the theft of the wine.
Even if it's so, he then sold the wine to the blackmailers. As I see it, that makes him an accomplice.
Need to find the Cintrian, whether or not he's responsible for the murders. Even if none of it's his doing.
I feel like someone
he could
who
still
wants to
know a
kill the
blackmailer's
knights
identity.
is someone inside the
Besides,
government
it's one thing to know
who has a
ordered
good
the
reason to hate
killings.
the knights.
Other thing entirely and just as
Or
important is why
To make a point about morality or something.
someone's coming.
Not going to be some rando.
Captain, why so long? We expected you hours ago.
This Cintrian does not work alone. We are fighting an organization, not one man. Bandits attacked us, not a small force either. One of my boys has a broken arm, another a shattered knee, lamed for life.
Good thing we didn't send him to fight a higher
And
vampire.
the word on the street is there's a hefty bounty on your head, Geralt.
Used to it. Not the first time I've been hunted.
Must you always? Now, the port warehouse where the wine was delivered, we identified it, then learned who had hired it out. This proved to be a beggar, a stand-in. We found him. He admitted all. A man had paid him to sign the lease, a man he met while begging outside the pheasantry. There, fate lent us a hand. A waitress recalled spilling wine on a nobleman who spoke with a Cintrian accent.
What did he look like?
Her description was not helpful. Handsome, well-dressed, with a beard. No distinguishing marks. This could be anyone. But she remembered his female companion very well, as she recognized her. On the Cintrian's arm was Cecilia Bellant.
The singer. I've heard of her.
Oh, interesting.
She's said to be gifted. Fairy.
The same. We went to her home immediately. Cecilia was not there, but we questioned her servants. A chambermaid claimed Cecilia is to meet a Cintrian gentleman tonight. She'd invited him to a reception mounted by the Mandragora.
The Mandragora? What's that?
A club, an affiliation of local artists. Painters, sculptors, troubadours, and dancers.
Never heard of it.
They exude mystique, consciously, I think. Behaving like an exclusive cabal. Artistic elites. Every now and again they mount soirees. Only wealthy patrons are invited. All arrive in elaborate masks, then drink and flirt.
It's like a eyes wide shut thing.
Gotta nab the Cintrian. Seems we have to go to that get-together.
You read my mind, Witcher. I shall gather my men, surround the establishment. Not a mouse will squeeze through.
Out of the question. If the Cintrian truly does have men about the city, he will find out and escape once again.
Duchess is right. Need to be careful. Best go there, blend in with the crowd.
Precisely what we shall do.
We, Your Grace.
Get used to it, man.
Geralt and I. In that sort of company, the Witcher could use my help.
Where's the event gonna be held?
The Mandragora always assembles at the same place, a residence in Oatville. It's a very distinguished district. Geralt, you must don appropriate attire. Then meet me in Oatville, in Mountebank Alley.
Gotta wear a doublet again? God. You make me wear a doublet that's made out of portals. That was cute at the end there.
Vicious rat, the Cintrian. But we'll get him.
Put on clothes she'll consider appropriate. Oh, it's always optional. Stop dressing like I'm in a black metal band. We have to warp to my house first.
This cur with the price on his head.
Oh. Ah.
Can't bump into Hank Hill this time. Wait, is it here? Alright, this is White Raven Vineyard. So they talked about the armorer's table being a repair thing, but it's actually just the enhancement station, I guess. Okay, let me deposit all my garbage here. I don't have that much this time. Get swapped off of that. Yeah, crit chance is better. I would take that, but I like the crit chance on my current gauntlets. Okay. doublet. Shoes. Probably the Nilfgaardian trousers. I don't think you get any gloves. Does that still not count, or does it require me to get clothes from somewhere specific? Okay. Is the signpost here? Oh, north. Okay.
Here in Beauclair, all's right and fair.
Appearances deceive.
On Hank Hill.
Beware.
No. Oh, look.
Sacre bleu! It's a crime. You're from the north, that's painfully clear.
Excuse me?
There is no excuse. There is but the need to outfit you anew. My salon stands open. Please come in.
Did you ever run a
All
Gwent?
jests aside, let me see what you got in your wardrobe.
I'm more than willing, sir.
Alright. Okay, so they sell some of the ones you can get otherwise, but they're like dirt cheap here, it seems like.
Thanks.
Ever your servant, sir.
Okay with me wearing a weird mask? Be the guy that shows up to a party in a costume nobody else did. I guess they did say it's like an eyes wide shut thing, so. Grandmaster armor. Master Brawl, or the Brawl Master of Beauclair.
Vie. Might be worth looking into.
You can't pull one over on me, Witcher.
There it is. You love to hear it.
Case
Nice tune.
The exhibition of the Reginald Dobry Monument will remain closed until further notice. Please disperse. The exhibition is closed.
It's a normal guy. Man on the street.
What's this about?
Oh, Lepiota, give me strength. I can't bear this, please. I believe I've been clear. No presentation today. Oh, wait. Are you not that famous witcher, Geralt of Rivia? I believe I have work for you.
Saw your notice.
Yeah.
Mentioned a monument.
The matter is a delicate one, but mind you, I pay well. Alas, I can say no more at this stage. Interested?
There's like 1 out of 12 men you can
Just
bump
tell me what's
into
the
make a
A picture's
noise.
worth 1,000 words. More, I dare say. Come with me.
There's a lot of running around in crowds in this game. You may as well make a mini game out of it.
Here it is. Our pride and joy, Reginald Dobry. A giant among lovers. A poking, puncturing swordsman, and atop all that, an unrifled tittler of harps and other organs.
So what's wrong with it?
How should I put this? It's lost its jewels.
Somebody stole the testicles off a statue.
No ordinary statue, mind you. The sole monument made using a cast
That makes
of
the title
great
quite funny.
Reginald's own genitals, certified and authenticated. Sprung directly from his loins, they grant all who stroke them unparalleled virility. All who buy a ticket, that is. Thus, you must retrieve those stones.
Got my attention. Now tell me about this Reginald, all you know.
There's so much to tell. Legend has it he and the architect Faramond planned and laid out
It's a
Beauclair.
great camera angle for this conversation.
Impressed already.
In particular, Reginald took great pains to devise escape routes for lovers caught with their pants down. Literally and metaphorically. He later made frequent use of them himself. Not out of fear, mind you, but to avoid having to kill his rifles.
He's like that Pope with all the mistress tunnels.
Got any suspects?
Considering the vast potency of Reginald's prized pouch, everyone's a suspect. Who would not want it for himself?
Any idea when the theft took place?
It must have been mere hours ago. I guided the last group through the exposition quite recently. Stones were very much in place.
Need to look around. Might find a clue or two.
Do what you must, as long as you return grasping Reginald's stones.
the
Without
Borgias?
them, Beauclair's entire tourist sector faces trying times. Trying times. Sorry, Reginald, don't
Great
worry.
balls of
You
granite.
shall be whole.
Okay.
It will all work out. It must.
Oh, the Witcher! The one that took kisses woman!
Rolling on an empty stomach.
There he is.
Late. Why is that not
Good job, or
surprise
somebody's
me?
into puns and wordplay and. Definitely an S tier bump sound.
Well, well. I did not expect you to have such a sense of style. Not all bad. Nothing like a budding artist, of course, but...
It's
just
like her
one other
fourth and a
detail.
half costume.
Here, put it on.
A mask?
All who attend the Mandragora soiree wear them. If you have one on, no one asks who you are.
Any idea why they wear masks?
Likely because
Enjoy
they
it.
imagine it
Costumes are one of
so
the high
very
points of this
romantic and
game. Really well
mysterious.
done.
The truth is far simpler. This way, no one can tell which drunken aristocrats are pinching the performers.
Let's go. Soiree's started.
Mm-hmm. Wise of you to hide your weapons. They'd not have let us in otherwise, that's certain.
Hey, look at that.
How do we find the Cintrian? Have you a plan?
Key is not to spook him. Need to ask after his partner, Cecilia, first. Less likely to raise suspicions. Soon as we find her, we find him.
Right. Right you are. We must proceed with caution. Come, it's our turn.
Madame, Monsieur, an extraordinary pleasure to welcome you to the Mandragora's soiree. Tonight, I particularly recommend you direct your attention to the performances prepared by artists of our community.
Tell us about these performances.
This evening, the Mandragora has the honor to present 3 superb displays of artistry. The first was a concert by Cecilia Belont, a singer whose voice, were it stone, would surely be a diamond. Sadly, Mademoiselle
like that.
Cecilia has sung.
Shame. We would have loved to hear her.
Luckily, you are in time to see the great Calesti, a master of visual illusions, come to us from far off Afir.
Visual illusions. Interesting. And the third artist?
The third and fourth, for they are a duo, are the Tuven brothers, presenting their newest pantomime.
We were really hoping to meet Cecilia Bellant.
You are admirers, I surmise. I'm certain you will have ample opportunity to converse with her.
It cannot be easy to identify anyone in this crowd. Perhaps you could help us find her.
I don't know where she is now, but I can give you a clue.
Let's hear it.
Seek the Kaveri orchid.
Meaning?
Cecilia wears one in her hair. You shall recognize her easily by the orchid.
Well, well. Dandelion's always complaining about artists being poor as temple mice.
The residence belongs to none of them. They are guests here. Oriana, she owns this. Woman in the black dress. There, on the balcony.
Got her. Doesn't wear a mask?
It would be pointless. All would know her anyway.
Kaveri Orchid. Let's look for it. If we find Cecilia, we'll find the Cintrian.
We know anything about Cintria in this universe? Like really far away?
We must throw off the manacles of form. Venture beyond the bounds of cognition. Sugar cookie.
An original. Leave us be.
We wish to be alone. We are busy.
Drink and be merry. I wish you health, glory, honor.
Cecilia never should have performed.
I'm gonna get up.
Look at the mage. I believe he's casting spells.
Yeah, we'll see.
Ah. Oh, interesting.
Pretentious. I was prepared for all sorts of criticism.
Fragment of the script of a stage play.
Pretentious.
Pretentious.
Blah, blah, blah. Avant-garde.
Ah, how beautiful.
burst from a
Look,
certain
lanterns. They say releasing them brings good. The dolphins. That is no ordinary illusion. The man is a
Doing a Titanic thing over here.
Do not disturb. Shoo, shoo.
Oh, it's nice to have the painting as well.
It's the right flower.
Of course it is. A Koviri orchid lends just the right contrast to her complexion.
Need to talk to your model. It'll only take a minute.
To me?
Lie still. You may speak, but for love's sake, do not move.
We came here to meet you, specifically.
To meet me? But why?
Centrian noble you came here with. Wanted to ask you about him.
Centrian noble. Ah! You must think I'm Cecilia.
Orchid confused me.
I told you not to move!
As she concluded her performance, Cecilia tossed the flower into the crowd. I caught it.
Well, that's useless.
But I did see the nobleman.
Really like to talk to him. What did he look like?
Like many here. Tall, dark, masked.
Know where he might be now?
He gave Cecilia a small gift. A heart-shaped box. Then they strolled off together towards the refreshment tables.
Excuse me, madame, monsieur. I cannot work like this. You must leave now.
Sorry.
Are they even? Because the right cuff seems somewhat...
Sorry, artists in the Mandragora and their guests only.
You don't know I'm not such a fella. Oh, I gotta go up.
But what if he doesn't come?
He'll definitely come.
Excuse me.
It's an outrage. But are you sure
How
it's
fair
an
should
original?
my employer swears my deepest regards.
Someone left their loot behind. Looks a little like dandelions. Empty, heart-shaped box. Cecilia must have left it behind.
It looks like it held a flask of perfume. A gift from the Cintrian, I imagine.
Scent still hangs in the air. Let's follow it.
Venture beyond the bounds of
This is deathly done. Let's
Go on, Geralt. Be bold. Show us the artist in you. The paintballs. Cast them at the canvas.
toss that paint. What else did they think of?
It's the bodyguard.
Are they even? Because the right cuff seems somewhat...
As I said, only Mandragora artists allowed. Nothing I can do.
Come. We must consider what to do.
I'd recognize that voice anywhere.
Uh-oh.
You must be mistaking me for someone else.
I served 15 years in the palace. Your Grace, I'd not mistake you for anyone.
Shh. Not so loud. We are here incognito, on state business.
Yes, Your Grace. How may I serve?
I hope we can count on your discretion.
Of course. I shall be silent as the grave.
Looking for Cecilia Bellant. Seen her?
She's in her dressing room, where she went with a nobleman. They clearly were drawn to each other.
What did the man look like?
Tall, broad-shouldered, a black beard peeping out from under his mask, and he spoke with a foreign accent, a drawl of sorts.
He's a Texas vampire?
That must be him. We must get to the dressing room, quickly.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll take you.
No, stay here. Anyone tries to flee, you stop them.
Understood.
Thanks, man.
Quickly, upstairs.
Getting eaten.
That must be Cecilia.
No pulse. We're too late.
He slit her throat. The brute.
Didn't go out the door. Guard would have noticed. Might still be somewhere here.
You must find him before he harms another. I shall alert Oriana at once. She should bring her soirée to a close.
Shouldn't split up.
Yeah, let's not split up.
I will be fine. Go after that rogue. I shall fetch help.
I don't know. I'm suspicious.
Killed her, then went out on the balcony. Tore down the door. Made a platform. Clever. Must be pretty strong, too. Bloody handprint. It's his. Broke the flower pot when moving the door, then stepped in the soil.
That's helpful.
Footprints, made by soiled boots. Must have climbed this ladder.
Makes me wonder if they know that people press jump to cancel out of the investigation animation. Somewhere where that's like really dangerous to do.
Could still be here. Need to stay alert.
Oh, I can't equip my stuff. Okay.
Smashed mirror. Someone crashed into it hard, then sank to the floor.
Intrigue squeeze box is back.
Bloodstains. Links of a snapped chain. Jewel must have been on it. Jewelry box. Lock's busted. Picked open, probably. Sconce is bent. Smeared with blood. Someone try to grab it. Blood on the window frame. Someone climb out? Fall out? Looks valuable, but it's not what he came for. Empty inkwell. Knocked over, turned toward the room. Canvas is cut. Somebody took a knife to the painting, looks like. Locked. And no key in sight. Hunting knife. Richly ornamented. Used during the fight, probably. Links of a snapped chain. Jewel must have been on it. Precious stone. Bloody fingerprint on it. Thief came for this, must have. Tiny chain links next to it. From a snapped necklace? Seems there was a struggle. Jewel was in the box, it seems. Centurion tried to steal it, but someone got in his way. They fought, struggled, that's clear. Ended with one of them flying out the window. Fall had to have killed them. Jewel's still here, though, so our Centurion must have been the flyer.
So, this is the tracker. A witcher, yes?
Indeed, this is him. We found the body together. Then he set off in pursuit of the killer.
And ended up here, but I've only found evidence of a fight. Seems the Centurions killed his last.
Window keeps
Finally
popping
failed this
open.
time. Shame it happened too late for Cecilia.
Poor girl. Always told her she chose her males badly. But I would never have suspected she could arrive with a murderer.
I'll alert the staff. Have them see to her body at once. Meanwhile, we should sit. I will tell you everything in full detail.
Cool.
I caught him red-handed, attempting to burgle, rifling through my possessions.
What did you do? Summon the guards?
There was no time. I feared he'd escape, refused to give him the chance. He stood with his back to me, so I attacked. He struck his head on a picture frame as we struggled. He was bleeding, dazed, and then he drew a knife. Everything happened very quickly then. I knocked the weapon out of his hand and pushed him hard. He
fell out of the window.
Just so.
None too wise picking a fight with an armed robber.
Why? Because I'm a woman, in a frock rather than plate. I can take care of myself, I assure you. A hairpin might look like mere ornament, but plunged into an eye, it can be as effective as a blade.
Fair.
Claim the man was trying to rob you when you walked into the room?
Yes. He stood over my dressing table, pouring through my jewelry.
Mm-hmm. After this is my guess. Picked it up while searching.
Why, that's the heart of Toussaint. Oriana, how did you ever come to have it?
I bought it, many years ago, from a young woman.
Jewel seems important. Why?
The heart is an heirloom. It belonged to my family for years. Then it disappeared. I didn't think we would ever recover it.
Seems someone is very determined to find it. The thief left his tool bag behind. Found this drawing inside it. Look.
Something's fishy.
The heart of Toussaint. Representation's pretty faithful. Centurion must have been on a job. Got very clear instructions what to look for.
So it is not him we seek, but his employer.
Seems likely.
Is this the only evidence we found?
Plus, if all of this
He
is
attacked Oriana with. Hunting
goose
knife,
chase.
Used to skin game. Got an emblem on its hilt.
This crest is used by the lords of Duntine. The present master of the castle is a passionate hunter. Our next lead, perhaps.
Duntine. Remember the place. Abandoned ruin just a few years ago.
More recently, the family's last heir, Roderick, returned to his ancestral seat and restored the castle.
Know any more about this Roderick?
His grandfather was an advisor to Queen Ademarta. The family received those lands as a grant for his service. Roderick is quite the recluse. He avoids society, preferring the company of a small team of knights, though the latter term is imprecise, as they seem more akin to vandals with crests on their shields.
Oriana, everything we discussed here, hope you'll keep it to yourself. Counting on it, in fact. Word gets out he, failed in his attempt to steal the jewel. His employer could run. We need to proceed cautiously.
Discretion is in the interest of us all. I'll not ask what this is about, just as I expect not to be troubled about it again. By anyone.
Feels like this is all laid out like an elaborate, like intentionally
Oriana,
planned, like
might I
entertaining
have a
murder
word?
mystery.
You must excuse me a moment.
I don't know what's actually going on, but I wonder if there's like the Duchess wants to go on a Witcher adventure, right?
Oriana, any thoughts?
Few make me feel awkward, but in her presence, I sense anxiety.
Suspect somebody at court.
The drawing. It's on the same type of paper the victims' names were written on. Drawn with the same ink, too. Seems the work of our blackmailers.
Who were not only behind the beast's murders, but also stole the Son Real and sought to steal the heart of Toussaint.
Look, the wine, the jewel, both tied to you intrinsically. Coincidence? Not something I'm willing to believe. Worried about one thing. That somewhere at the end of this scheme, plan might call for an attempt on your life.
It could be something else altogether. My sister, Siana, might be among the schemers. She left court when we were children. My parents banished her from the duchy. I've not seen her since.
Why was she banished?
What did your sister do to get banished?
Siana was cursed.
Parents run afoul of some mage?
No. She was born at an inopportune moment. They said she was touched by the curse of the Black Sun. Geralt, is it true? Can an individual be evil because they were born during the wrong lunar phase?
Could be the case. Could also be because they were treated like lepers from birth. Isolated, prodded, ostracized.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Couldn't have had it easy, Sienna.
She was angry at the whole world. She felt inferior, felt pain, though she masked this with confidence, arrogance even. She could also be cruel at times. I recall one such situation. She persuaded Cedric the Coolbert that she could see the future in her dreams. We were children, and Cedric's brother was smitten with me. It was an innocent childhood crush. Sienna knew of it. She told Cedric of a dream she had had, that he would die at the hands of his own brother. Cedric stole his father's sword and killed his brother. She destroyed 2 lives with a prank. Cedric mourns to this day. In the end, they forced her to leave the palace. A decade passed. More. I've missed her terribly since.
Think your sister might be involved? Why?
You see, I recall her always being rather possessive, throwing jealous fits if I had something she didn't.
Here, that's normal for sisters. Rivalry.
True. I suppose I gave as good as I got. There are times I miss that very much. The wine, its theft was the first clue. That's very much like her. She always did enjoy stealing my toys, but I grew almost certain when I saw the heart of Toussaint. Sienna received it from father as a gift, at a time when my parents thought of her as but an ill-behaved little girl. Someone wanted some of my wine. The same someone ordered our family jewels stolen, or recovered. It's my sister. It must be.
A fallen princess satisfying whims, going after lost luxuries? Could be right.
Your mission has gained new import. You must go to Dun Tyne, and if Sienna is there, you must find her. No matter what she did, she is not to be harmed in any way, shape, or form. You must make sure of that.
I'll find her if she's there.
I hope you do. I very much wish to talk to her. Sister to sister.
Your Grace, Geralt, I'd like to introduce...
Regis! What a surprise! I had no idea you were in Beauclair. And
Just those Regis, that's great.
My very dear friend, Detlaf van der Eretain,
Uh-oh.
an arrival from Nazaire. We are lending our combined resources to the Witch's Hunt.
Ah, yes. Splendid. But why are you here at Oriana's?
They came to pay me a surprise visit, so I invited Regis in for a glass of wine. We've known each other for... ages. Literally. Witcher, I hear you know Regis too. Even that you are friends.
Seems surprised. Why?
I never would have suspected Regis to find common
If
ground.
Oriana's
with
also
Witcher.
a vamp.
Don't be fooled, dear. Geralt has many merits. He merely hides them from the world very diligently.
You said you're both aiding him with his contract. It involves the Beast of Beauclair, I suspect. Master Witcher, maybe you could satisfy my curiosity. What's it like going toe-to-toe with a monster, knowing you've only 2 options, to kill or be killed?
Sometimes there's a third
what
option.
You might have heard, I don't lunge at every monster I see, sword in hand. Talking gets the job done, for some.
I wonder what a monster might have to say to you.
It might want to apologize.
My word. For what might a monster wish to apologize to a witcher?
For killing. Though at times there is no choice, when loved ones are at risk and require protection.
Same as humans. Put them in that situation, they'll kill too.
You understand this. It must be why you and Regis are friends. If I understand you correctly, you would rather help a monster than kill it.
If possible, yeah. Or at least try.
Enough about the Witcher trade for now. Regis mentioned you come from Nazaire. I spent time there as a child.
Fond memories?
It was wonderful. I was positively entranced by the land's fashions. Deep-cut dresses I found most fascinating.
I believe we're running short on wine. I should go to the cellar, bring another bottle.
Let me go. Wanna help, Regis? Know your wine a lot better than I know mine.
We shall return forthwith.
We go to the bathroom together. Gotta gossip.
An exceptional conversation, don't you think? Vampires, a witcher, and the Duchess of Toussaint? My.
Highly
Vampires,
exceptional,
a
Regis.
witcher.
Wanted to talk to you in private. You crazy bringing Detloff here?
Geralt, allow me to explain.
No, let me explain. He's dangerous, and you are gonna watch him.
But that is precisely what I'm doing. Detloff believes you'll succeed in your task, and he'll not need to kill anymore. That is, not until he gets his hands on the men who kidnapped his Renna.
Oriana. She really your friend? Can she be trusted?
I met her years ago, before I met you, and before she settled in Beauclair. We'd not seen one another in... I can't begin to tell you in how long. But I shall tell you all about her some other day.
Guessing it's
She's
no
an art
accident you
vampire.
two stopped by.
It would be quite some coincidence indeed. No, a dutiful little bird told
Guess
us.
that counts.
Duty.
Now listen close. Managed to learn where the blackmailers are. They're based at Duntine Castle.
That's splendid news. If they are there, Renna must be there as well.
Duchess expects we'll find her long-lost sister there too. Thing is, she might be involved. Could be behind the blackmailing.
Do you mean to say your task now is to extract 2 women from the castle?
Mean to say we can't breathe a word of this to Detloff, who wants revenge above all else.
Oh, that's interesting.
Geralt, you must trust me. I've got a way with...
No, Regis. Can't risk it. Gotta keep Detloff here while I go to Duntine.
Alone?
Alone. That way I can make sure neither woman will come to any harm.
I hope you know what you're doing. Fine. I shall see to Detloff. Good luck, my friend.
Splendidly, Detlaff. Ah, I'm grateful you brought back those memories. You're back. It took you long enough.
Contrary to what common folk believe, choosing a wine is not nearly as easy as it might seem. Especially a wine to be served to 2 exquisite ladies.
Regis, gallant as ever. I regret all the more that I shan't finish the second bottle with you. Duty calls.
Your Grace. Always a pleasure.
I thank you for your help. It's been invaluable. Geralt, will you see me out?
Literally everyone's a vampire. We don't know how long the Duchess has been in
You
power.
have exceptional friends. This Detlaff, an intriguing man to say the least.
Don't know him too well. He say much about himself?
Not much, but I've a good sense of the true nature of those I meet. I'd not survive a week at court otherwise.
So what's his?
Sensitive, sad. He carries within him the weight of a terrible tragedy. He is a good man, but lost, which is why he comes across as grim.
Didn't expect the evening to end like this.
Neither did I. But I have not drawn you out for a romantic stroll. I wish to make certain you know what you are to do.
Mm-hmm. Gotta go to Duntine.
I've decided my guardsmen will support you. You will meet them at Count de la Croix's mill.
I know the place.
Captain de la Tour and his men will await you there at midnight. You shall storm the castle together.
Storming, huh? Cool little mural. Look at artwork in this expansion in general, and in Heart of Stone.
Flouted, writ, and rot in chains.
Alright, Nilfgaardian Embassy.
Another murder by the horrid beast. Nilton the Peyran falls victim to his own cowardice. The beast of...
Greetings.
A witcher.
Geralt of Rivia.
Brother. Mind you, it's no monster hunt, but I'm sure you'll be interested in the same. I'm an armorer, see, and I've for years sought diagrams for witcher armor of exceptional quality, Grandmaster level.
Heard of them. Never seen any, though. Thought they were lost.
Not quite. For I've been lucky enough to learn that their holders came to Toussaint. Alas, they then perished, but I know where. I just need a partner to help me retrieve them.
If you know where to look, why not get them yourself?
No offense, but do I look like a rough-hewn adventurer? Besides, who would serve my clients while I roamed about seeking them? No, I'd rather leave it to someone familiar with such matters. Bring me the diagrams, and from them I'll forge for you whatever you fancy.
Would you craft something for me?
Of course.
All these diagrams somehow wound up in Toussaint? How is that even possible?
Well, you see, it's a
was
DLC.
once home to Tiensail, a legendary and now deceased elfin
It's a
master
good answer, I guess.
Witches from all corners of the world came to him to forge their plate, their mail.
Heard about him. Supposed to have been the best.
And thus he charged the king's ransom for his work. Witches would take difficult, dangerous work to earn the coin to pay him. Some, alas, met with misfortune, and the diagrams they carried were left to rot with their earthly remains.
Got it. Find them, find the diagrams. But how can I know where to look for their remains?
As it happens, I learned my trade at Jensail's side. So I heard the stories of the missing witches firsthand. What he told me, well, that is what discouraged me from seeking the diagrams out myself. We must strike a deal. I shall tell you all I know. In return, once you've found the diagrams, you will let me draft a copy.
Sure.
This elven master, how'd he end up taking a human for an apprentice?
My father forged armor. As a youngster, I helped him, then began forging my own pieces. Master Tiensail saw my work and offered to take me on as his apprentice. Only now, years on, do I realize the honor that was. Alas, my master perished in a massacre later, slain by racists. Though he taught me everything he knew, I did not manage to complete the guild's requirements for Grand Master while he lived. I know I have no equal in the trade. Yet, until I complete Witcher armor of Grandmaster quality, I shall never be certain I've become my teacher's equal.
Where do I look for diagrams?
Where do I look for these diagrams?
I know of 5 likely fallen witches, each from a different school. Of the wolf, griffin, cat, bear, and manticore. Which should I start with?
Tell me about my brother, the wolf.
His name was Aton. I remember him well. My master liked him, helped him find a safe, yet well-paid contract. A few years ago, an archaeological expedition arrived in Toussaint from Castel Gropia. They questioned my master about the elfin ruins at Termes. He warned them of the danger there and recommended they take Aton as an escort.
What kind of danger did he mean? Any idea?
Legend claims wraiths haunt the chambers beneath Termes. I cannot say if there is any truth to this, but both the scholars and the Witcher disappeared without a trace.
I'd like to ask you... Farewell.
Good luck.
Probably can't craft any of that. It's a scavenger hunt. Do the ones that are problematic. So Land of a Thousand Fables. Oh. So I need to like find some way to get there first, I guess. Don't want to read too far here because it looks like it's got spoilers. Could try doing... Oh, really? Okay.
Turn your trembling hearts to the good book. You will find solace there. The gods do not cease.
Your reputation precedes you.
Well, let's try to hit up the visible side quests, I guess.
To be honest, the latest in caps and styles in the Coviri court fashion. Jean-Louis Ludwig.
Appearances deceive, Witcher. Beware. Can't afford a barber, let alone my wares.
I got that side.
Double shows.
Where are your stairs?
Whose notion of order is this?
Was that truly?
What's this about?
The notice, is that it? Are you a Witcher, Master?
Noises at the cemetery. You the one they bother?
Yes, yes, and I'm alone in that, it seems. That is, no one else has bothered to take any steps, though all must hear the racket. I took the matter up with the Ducal Guard. They claim they found nothing, but I'm not sure they even bothered to look. What's left for me to do? Should I sniff about the cemetery myself?
How much will I get for this?
How much would you like?
Oh wow, nothing.
I don't believe I have that amount. What would you say to... Agreed.
Fine, I'll tend to it. Any victims? Someone go missing recently? Or are we just talking noises?
No one's come to harm, thank the gods. Why? Do you think it might be a monster?
Could be, but doesn't need to, though. Might also be grave robbers, tramps. Remains to be seen.
I can't rightly say what would be worse. Whatever the case, Godspeed, Master.
Thanks.
I'm my own master with a bottle in front of me. It's loaded. Why? Really? Why?
Can't hear anything. I might want to look around anyway. Graves dug up. Thing is, grave robbers don't usually wail and moan that much.
True.
trampled grass and bloomers. Not the kind of moaning he meant, though.
Whoa there, wobbly walker.
Eventually gonna be something with that door.
Smashed padlock. Someone broke in. Lots of tracks. Not much I can glean from them, though. Gotta come back after dark.
Come back after dark. Okay.
Damn it. More fighting. Noises coming from the catacombs, it seems. So, noises coming from here. Not a soul. Strange. Doesn't look anything like a grave hag's lair either.
Fight Club? Oh, Grave Robbers. It's the guy with the extremely silly shirt. Shoulder cravat? I don't know what you would call that.
Might be noisy, but doubt they're the source of the sound in question.
Orders from Robin. Foolish Flatulence Fluffer.
Margot de Corentin. Gold. Can't be grave robbers. None worth their salt would have left this. Louis de Corentin. Died on the day of St. Zoetham's remembrance. Pretty fresh. Funeral wasn't too long ago. Smashed, as if someone threw it against the wall. No sign of monsters or grave robbers. Bit of a mess, that's all. Maybe this isn't the spot after all. Strange. Noise is clearly coming from that tomb. Impossible.
It's just in again, that's funny.
Something's not right. Need to hide, see how things play out.
Sneaky, sneaky.
You'd rather lie about all day, flipping those cards like some dwarf. Disgusting.
Indeed. Far better to stand at the door of Lepioda's temple, mumbling prayers from dawn till dusk.
Ingrid, I prayed for you, that you would cast off the yoke of gambling.
Fine job you did of it. Seems the gods had also heard enough of your cackling. And you? Why are you here? This is a private conversation.
What's this argument about, anyway?
Sod off! Not your concern.
Could help you resolve it.
I know not your name, but you must help me. I refuse to spend eternity at the side of this heathen. Remove him from my crypt at once!
Slow down. What's the problem?
This is my crypt, and this saintly shrew harangues me even in death. An eternity of nagging, the misery.
I was blind and a fool to marry him. He's a slave to the cards, prepared to wager his own child on a round of Gwent.
Once, damn it, and as a jest. How many times must I explain? And who sank our fortune into some silly statue of Lebioda?
Piety. That was my cause. The prophet immortalized would have transformed this land of blasphemy and betting. How was I to know it was all a fraud?
Because I warned you some 500 times!
Quiet. Shut up, both of you. Who does the crypt belong to, rightfully?
Must you ask? It's mine. My family's. The Decorantans. Are you illiterate?
True. But my dowry served to repurchase it from those you owed.
Look, if there's to be peace and quiet here, one of you's gotta go. Need to move one of you out.
Yes. Take him. Please. Do so.
It's pretty solid so far.
I shall tell you where I hit his lucky Gwent cards.
What? I knew it was you. And now you would evict me from my crypt, then pay for the deed with my cards.
Yep, never played it before.
Blast it all! Had I those very cards at the tournament in Belhaven, I'd still be alive. It's your fault, you pox incarnate, that they stabbed me to death.
Hey, Serp, how you doing?
They murdered you for your debts. I had nothing to do with it.
Come, I heed this good book-thumping wench. Mind, I know well where she hid those cards. I'll tell you myself.
Oh, nice. Did you like it?
Removed her.
Need to think about it. All right, gotta move one of them out.
Thus spake the prophet Lepiota. Thou shalt not play for Corin.
Louis de Corentin.
After which he promptly
Raise your
added,
size
for
to
you
the
shall
prophet
have none
Lepiota on
left
his
for
behalf.
me.
Heretic, shut your mouth. I shall speak to you no
Sweet.
more.
No, it is...
Louis de Corentin. Raise your size to the prophet Lepiota.
Both seem
on
like they
his
suck.
behalf.
I see you fell for that pious tart's dribble. Drats! Oh, well, then listen. I've a request. Be a good fellow and set me in the chamber.
Yeah, maybe we
of
can
the
talk about it
Gwent
at the end of the
Friendship
game.
Society of Beauclair. It's just round the corner.
You a member?
That's just it. I was not. But I would have dearly liked to have been. And joining them in death shouldn't bother anyone.
Certainly doesn't bother me. I'll do it. Where's this chamber?
Once you enter the catacombs, go straight. The chamber will be on your right.
No worries.
near
If you
the
type
corridor's
exclamation
mouth,
point
and
hide before your message, chat can see it. I will not be able to see it. If you wanted to chat about anything specific.
Deeper in the catacombs. Right, let's go. Chamber Louis mentioned. Gotta be.
Oh, bummer.
You gents also looking for that Gwent club?
What the poking devils? Who are you? Who sent you?
So many questions, so few answers.
Blimey, we're the plumbing philosopher. Get the smarmy cat diddler, lads.
If I only had a crown for every time a bunch like this. That ought to do.
Ode to Gwent. The Gwent Friendship Society. It's funny that anyone would gamble on Gwent when it's like so driven by what cards you have, and that's like true in the, it's diegetically true. It's not just true in the like abstraction of the game mechanics, right? Like they imply that having better cards makes you better at the game or more likely to win.
Right. High time Margot paid up.
Right.
Done. Now where you got those cards?
Leave the city through the Kurtis
Right.
gate. Then we are right. Our house is easily recognized. A tree adorns the sign
attacked
above
me.
the door. I buried the chest in the garden, beneath the
They don't know that I
rose
have the ability to hold down the X
Tree on a
button.
sign, rosebush. Think I got it.
You start crying because she misses him now.
Might I ask what you did with Louis? True, he knew nothing in life but Gwent, but I would still prefer he not spend eternity in a ditch or privy.
Don't worry about it. Found him a nice place. Ought to feel right at home. Farewell.
Ah. Tough times.
Indeed.
When I was a little lad, my stones.
Hey there. I'm done. Cemetery ought to be real nice and quiet now.
Ah, to sleep in my own bed once more. The clogs has grown intolerably loud. The punters bellow like men possessed.
I did, yeah.
One madman especially, always
This is
shouting,
the main thing I've got
"Order in,
left.
order in." But tell me, at the cemetery, what was it? Beasts, as you claimed?
Tough job, barely survived.
Nope. Just a marital spat.
That's it? But they hollered like Stuart polecats. Sorry to bother you with such a trifle. Here, for your trouble.
Excellent character. Good,
Thanks.
Faust adaptation.
Witcher, please, sir, find that bee.
Alright.
When I was. Guess this chapter.
Ooh.
The Witcher's not nearly as nasty as they make him out
You'd
to be.
best behave, Fred. You're in Beauclair, see?
Not enough people to bump into at night. And Hank Hill sound.
Ah.
Damn it.
Oh. Oh. Where is she? She's not in her stall up in the park.
No luck.
Lordship rode her into the cloak.
There it is.
Witcher.
Up.
Need to go around.
Scrawny, grey-haired, ill-favored woman.
Well, he's pretty clearly inspired by Mephistopheles and Faust, right? Like, so you kind of meant to understand him as the devil.
Medallion's humming. Something's not quite right.
wise to be coy about that and not say exactly who they want him to be. A lot of stuff in this that's like very clearly inspired by real world fables and the like. The 7 dwarves when you rescue Ciri.
Right. Just like she said. And the Gwent cards, as promised.
He sounds so excited. Let's do this one. Got a warp there. Couple notice boards to check, it looks like.
The North must be terribly barbaric.
He's to save us from the beast?
So here and then southeast. Kingdom for custom waypoints. The GPS. Oh, this is a mistake. You just run and then I'll summon Roach. And they're kind of similar entities if we're talking about Old Testament Yahweh. That's them being deliberately coy. It's wiser to not resolve who they intend it to be. It's actually the ambiguity is why I like that quest so much. But it's definitely a Faust thing, like, clearly what they're going for. You meet him at a crossroads, right? I guess you don't play fiddle with him, it's not Faust, but... Attorney... Don't provoke knights, lost a horseshoe... The answer is no. Overgrown insects, you say? There's not a sign here somewhere? I thought there was one in every settlement. Consider that intentional ambiguity is an extremely valid way to end a story, and in fact often a particularly good way to end a story. Like, the ending of a movie like Inception is better because we don't know, right? Because the point is that we don't know, that it doesn't matter to the character what's actually going on at the very end. Let's go northwest. That's cool, like G-Man in Half-Life. west.
Go, go. Stench. Come on, Roach.
Oh, I really hope they never do. Any explanation is going to pale in comparison to the superposition of all possible valid explanations, right? It's often a good reason not to try to answer questions. That's why the Reapers fail in Mass Effect 2 and 3, even though they're great in Mass Effect 1, because we go from the superposition of all possible motivations. We say something like their intent is unknowable to fleshy humanoid creatures, and they're like, well, no, never mind. They've got a pretty straightforward motivation. They're not like a cosmic horror.
I placed the first bid.
Sons of great white terror.
About to do capture the castle, but I guess it locks out a bunch of side quests, so I'm trying to
The same damn beast.
grind all those out.
For 4 generations. That is how long my family has been producing wine.
Producing plonk unfit to drink, you mean? Which is exactly why you should sell Belgat to me, not him.
As a ducal clerk, I must look after the duchy's best interests. Belgard currently belongs to the treasury. The minister of the treasury has clearly expressed his desire that Belgard be handed over to a responsible steward. Yet, diverse troubles beset both your present holdings. Until you resolve them and thus prove yourselves competent, selling Belgard to either of you is out of the question.
Well, happy? This is your fault.
Mine? You're deranged, woman. Hark, good folk! Be it known, Matilda de Vermentino is a cursed, spiteful lunatic!
Doesn't look cursed to me. Just really, really
I don't know.
angry.
I just like to talk about it a
Ticked her
lot.
off
I've
quite a
been
bit, you have.
doing this thing for like coming on 9 years now. You can click on games database to see all the games I've streamed. It's coming up to like 900 or something like that. I just think it's fun to think and talk
A
about.
witcher, so no expert, I guess. But it doesn't take an expert to see when a woman's angry.
Yeah, I suppose you speak the truth, brother. Wait, did you say witcher? Not seeking work, are you? You see, I wish to buy a vineyard. Belgard. Yet that bloody bureaucrat's not likely to sell it to me until I settle my troubles at home, at Coronata.
What kind of troubles we talking about?
It's botched in more ways than one.
So viewers dictate what goes on my schedule. There's a voting spreadsheet that's also linked down there. When games win the vote, we play it till we beat it. This game won the vote, that's why we're playing it. So played Witcher 1 and 2 in the same way. And then subscribers get to nominate games for me to play for an hour here and there. Subblock.
So will you help?
We got a lot of stuff running at the same time.
Sure sounds like work for a witcher. Yeah, I'll help.
I am really, truly grateful. Thank you. My
Just
vineyard
finished
lies
Teardown, which was really good.
You're sure to find it. Now forgive me. I must talk to that quill pusher. I might win him over yet.
Bez and Stray were both excellent. Yeah, I played the first 4 hours of Spider-Man 2018. That was quite good. Looking forward to
You're
finishing
a
it.
witcher, yes? I heard you talking to that oafish ogre Liam. Disgusting man. The worst sort. First, seduces with a dashing gaze, the fair face, then reveals a coal-black heart. But that's all beside the point. I stopped you because I want to buy Belgat too. Alas, things are rotten at my own vineyard, Vermentino.
Strange coincidence.
No coincidence. I am certain Liam's thrown a stick in my spokes. Several sticks. My cooper and blacksmith both have mysteriously vanished.
The man-eating plants.
Have sprouted on my paths, and
Okay, we're bringing
things are
back these
afoot on
specific
Pheasant Hill.
enemies from The Witcher 1.
The list goes on, but the crux is one. I must solve my problems at Vermentino if I'm to stand any chance of acquiring Belgard. Would you help me before you help Liam? I'm willing to pay more than he's offered you.
I can help. At least try.
Wonderful. You've no idea how much that means to me. My vineyard lies due west.
We did Dragon Age recently, that's on the voting spreadsheet.
I shall stay here for a time. I must make certain Liam does not pull some stunt while my back is turned.
Gotcha. Farewell.
I would say check out my YouTube channel to see all the VODs, but browsing YouTube is a nightmare, so the playlist list at the spreadsheet's probably better. Okay, I just want to pick up all the quests so I can start working down the list on them here.
A curious land, this Tucson.
Where else we got? All the way down here. Okay. A lot of people supporting it. It's expensive to vote for. The vote cost is proportional to the length, right? So because Persona is like a 100-hour game, it's taking it a while for it to win. Okay. I believe we have a viewer who's conspiring to drop a vote bomb on it. Hey, there's Hank Hill. Oh, wait, shit, I'm going the wrong way. Southeast, right? Just gotta ignore the GPS. Yeah, you're good. Now 5 seems to be much better. I really like the...
Something's not right.
Idea of Persona, of spending a whole bunch of time with these characters in like a almost social simulator. 5 has come the closest to delivering on what I think is like the fantasy, or the promise of the premise.
Come on, Roach.
By the prophet's wings.
Take it easy.
Okay. Monster of Tufo. Cattle falling out of the sky at night? Huh.
Faster.
Now we know the whole Persona concept is pretty heavily cribbed from JoJo. Northeast. But to make fun of something from cribbing from JoJo would be to make fun of a whole shitload of Japanese media, so It's pretty watershed work.
All is in order. Come here.
And Blue Dragon does it too. Southeast. I have so much like gaming muscle memory to follow minimap GPS, so when I can't set my own waypoint, my brain wants to follow the dots so I can like look at chat for a second or check OBS or whatever. That's part of why I just want to get all these quests accepted so I can rely on the tracker-ish again. Yeah. Fortunately, it's pretty necessary in this game because the open world's not like terribly populated compared to other games in the genre, which is fine. That's not its strength. The strength is the quality of the writing and the side quests and the like. But
what the hell happened here?
Hello. I think Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild do a pretty good job with it. This is notable that both games don't have GPS.
Need to ask around. Locals might know something more.
There's more going on in the world in those games. Like you want to explore for its own sake, right? I've described some open world games as the open world kind of degenerates to a menu, right? Except instead of like selecting a location for a quest from a drop down, you have to ride a horse there or walk there or whatever, which sometimes is fine. Like it could be really pretty, or there could be a bunch of cool distractions along the way. But not every open world game. I think it's like, is it open world because it needs to be, or it's open world because the devs wanted to do that? Doesn't always enhance the experience, I think. Right. For the most part, I don't think it's a chore in The Witcher 3 for what it's worth. Like, I like the way that The Witcher 2 is structured. I think that this game would probably still work if it was structured similar to Witcher 2, especially since it already does stuff like locks you out of quests at certain points in the story, but those are rare enough to really not require them to completely change things.
Faster.
Right. I don't know, it's one of those things that I'm like probably unduly skeptical about. In the 90s it was graphics, in the aughts it was linearity, right? Like a game was automatically good just because it was non-linear, and I'd be like, no, I think sometimes linearity is a good thing. Or at least it's a trade-off, right? You make your game non-linear, things, you generate problems that are then difficult to solve. Guess I'll do the ones that don't have levels associated. Yeah, that's fair. I think the stuff that's good about this game is extremely good, and the stuff that's just fine about this game doesn't get in the way, which is part of what makes it so good, right? I'm not like blown away by the open world, probably because I'm jaded. But it also, like, I'm not like groaning the whole game like, oh, this is so awful, I hate running around. Like, it's not that big of a deal. The longest bit of traversal is still quite short, and the rest of the game is so stellar that it's not like massively distracting. But I do think that if this game was structured identically to The Witcher 2, like in terms of how you get to quests and the map and the like, that it wouldn't suffer significantly. Whereas if you took the open world out of like Elden Ring or Breath of the Wild, you would be diminishing the product pretty significantly. Linearity is like the least of Final Fantasy XIII's problems.
I'm walking on water, just like...
Oh, that's cool.
Like who?
Like a pond skater.
Like who?
No matter. I suppose you thought
That's
nothing
cute.
else in life could surprise you, eh?
It's an easy effect to do for a unique quest. Clever. I haven't romanced anybody.
Hey, happen to know how the hell I can walk on that water?
Naturally, I know. Since time immemorial have I dwelt in
Geralt is
solitude on the
Kenough.
shore, and I can testify to the extraordinary nature of the lake.
What's so extraordinary about it? I mean, besides the fact that you can walk on its surface.
The sword, most wondrous, lies in its depths. I watch over it.
It just seems appropriate for each of his
The blade
specific
may be grasped
storylines.
solely by one who possesses the 5 chivalric virtues.
Oh, cool.
Folk call me a lot of things, but virtuous? I don't know.
I get the sense that like Yennefer, he kind of has a like pseudo-abusive relationship with
For I
her.
know who you are.
She's not abusive toward him, but she doesn't really give a shit about him or what he wants.
Capable of great sympathy. You are a man of honor, as many can attest. Of humble means yourself. You showed
She's a really
generosity.
interesting character. She's like
Reason guides your actions.
very
As
monstrous.
it does those of all who are wise. To acquire the sword, you must first convince me you are worthy.
Yeah.
The inscriptions on the stones describe the 5 virtues.
Shani was nice, but also
Valor,
Shani, I was like,
honor,
it's...
wisdom, sympathy, and generosity. During your time in Tucson, you can prove these virtues dwell in your heart. In this world, there are many in need. They will help you prove your chivalry.
That's cool. Read the inscriptions on the stones. Valor does not make one good, yet how many good men have you met in your life's journey who were cowards? Those who possess valor do not hesitate to stand against the majority. I like that. Compassion separates men from beasts. Yeah, that sounds good. I like that. Honor can't be purchased. You gotta get honor points like Disco Elysium. Complete the rite of honor. Alright, well. Can be only one. Wait for hire. Is there a warp here? No. Sometimes they give you a weird warp. Yeah, I got really bad vibes from Kira No, I like believe that Geralt has been, you know, a romantic character and has been involved with people in his past, but in the context of The Witcher 1, 2, and 3, it just seems like he's recovering from a lot of trauma, and his main, like, thing is he's a dad. Maybe there's another game, maybe they do a prequel, or the next Witcher game takes place at a different point in his life, and it makes more sense for him to take a different path, but for me, at least, it made sense for him to just... worry about Ciri and just Ciri. Yeah. I really like the whole quest with Yennefer and the genie, or the djinn, to like undo the wish. They do a good job of having like Geralt always be basically like thirsting for her in every scene up to that point. Oh, there's the crash bug. 7 minutes later than it usually happens. Let me get to this sign, and then I'll force the crash. Probably could have summoned Roach here. It's a little late now. I got a winding hill to climb. Oop. Hey, Six Gun, how you doing?
Long live Duchessa Anna Henrietta.
Okay. Go, exit, game's gonna crash. There it is. Oh, sorry to hear that, Six Gun. I wish I could be a napper. Andrea naps a lot. She gets a lot of benefit from them. I always wake up from naps feeling like worse. It's like 8 consecutive hours or nothing for me. For some reason, the game crashes at about 2.5 hours played every stream. We haven't figured out why. Suddenly, the graphics, like, they don't like shit the bed, but it's like the game's internal resolution drops. And the next time I fast travel, it will crash. Like a weird, like people get auras when they're about to have a migraine. They'll get like visions, flashing lights. It's like that. Yeah, it's really weird. I send a crash report every time, but I'm sure that CDPR is working on Cyberpunk right now.
Oh.
Air show. Napping is a skill. Does that mean it's a skill rather than a talent? You think it can be learned? Maybe that's what I'm getting wrong. Gotta learn how to get the right nap. Andrea dozes, as she calls it. So she's like not completely out, like asleep. She like put something on the TV and give it like 5% of her attention and close her eyes, but I don't think she actually ever completely falls asleep during a nap. I don't know if that's part of the key. That's interesting. Never heard of it described that way, but I believe you.
Fiddlesticks, these numbers don't add up the way I'd like. Greetings, brave hero. I am Raphael de Serman, and I am the Ducal Camarlengo.
I'm Geralt. So what is it you do here?
I pay the knight's errand.
For what?
Our knights wander the roads, protecting Toussaint.
Camerlengo is the office of the papal household that administers the property and revenues of the Holy See. Today I learned.
For these toils. Note, sir, that should you successfully smash a Hans, save
An Italian
a brother
title.
knight from peril, or extract a captured merchant from the hands of cutthroats, come see me. You shall be rewarded.
Another game with excellent villains. Give me a second to think about it. I can look through my games database.
Can't help but be curious. But where do the funds for those payments come from?
The ducal treasury, of course. Her illustrious highness Anna Henrietta assigns great
Game writing on average is pretty behind other media. It's not a lot of games actually hire writers. The Witcher's uncommon in that respect. So a lot of games the story is like good enough to hang everything else on, but
Duchy's internal security and order.
Well,
I was just thinking of other games that were clearly written by writers, and I thought of Disco Elysium, and it's like, who's the villain in Disco Elysium? Like, capitalism? I don't know. The main character is his own villain. The main character's past. That's a pretty fucking strong villain. Yeah, it's really good. Drink a cup of coffee and then set a timer for 20 minutes. Oh, interesting. Yeah. The game is like so fucking good. It like makes me angry how good it is. I think it's definitely like lightning in a bottle material that we will not see its like again. Yeah. That's just like a common geometry thing, like, wonder why that's the case.
Come on.
It's not sleeping, but a quick recharge. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if it's a problem. I've heard that, like, waking up in the middle of REM can be a problem, right? It'll feel extra sleepy. So maybe I just nap slightly too long. So always try to track me to the closest one. Yeah, an interesting way to think about it.
You like that silver?
That's why a game like Disco Elysium stands out to me so heavily, because it is very much not about, like, constantly advancing, right? These guys weren't so bad when they were in a cave. Now they're quite frustrating. Right. Yeah, there's like there's a shape that the game, that's what I mean by common geometry. Like it's like filling a vessel with water, right? And the water like takes the shape of the vessel that you pour it into. You can think about like evolution in a similar way. Creatures evolve certain traits to fill an ecological niche. Stories kind of evolve naturally in the space of
Thank you for the rescue,
games.
witch.
Okay. It's kind of interesting quest concept. Knight for hire. I think there's a lot of like interesting, very arbitrary conventions in game design that have, like if you were to peek into an alternate universe where something was slightly different in the history of games, that wouldn't be so prevalent. Like I'm not certain that the development of experience points is an inevitability, right? I think that might just be a weird consequence of the popularity of early tabletop RPGs leading into the development of video games. And then people finding out that it was a good way to keep people hooked on a game. I don't know that they're necessarily good for games, or that like games that are about leveling up and becoming more powerful are good for storytelling. Stories are so infrequently not that. They're often about changing, but not necessarily about becoming physically stronger. That's why I like Disco Elysium. I'm gonna keep coming back to it, but it's a really good example, I think. "45 minutes or 2 hours for a nap is bad." That might explain my problem. Like, for example, I don't think the provision of leveling up in The Witcher enhances this game at all. Like, in fact, I think it detracts from some of the more interesting stories. Like, in the books, I haven't read the books, but I've read fantasy books before, right? Like, Legolas doesn't kill 50 orcs, and now he can shield surf, right? Like, we're meant to understand that Helm's Deep is dangerous, or that the Watcher in the water is dangerous, or whatever. Like, we don't have this extra question of like, okay, well, what level, what power level is Legolas and Gimli?
I would be gone if not for your aid, comrade. By my troth, it is the Witcher.
Absolutely, the profit motive destroys art. I think that I can say with certainty. Let me try taking the boat to get out of here, I guess. Aragorn needs to get a new sword. Well, he does get, it's true. He does get the new sword, but I guess him getting the new sword is like of narrative consequence. It's not that the sword does +5 damage, right? It's specifically about like mending the relationship with the elves and... Oh. Okay, so I think once I'm in a boat, I can warp to anywhere that has one of these icons. Those are somewhere really annoying. I guess that's closer to an objective. Boromir was underleveled to tank that fight. Yeah, I know. I'm laughing with you. I do think that's an interesting point, though, that, like, Boromir dies at that point in the story for a very clear narrative reason and character reason, right? And I think that players get frustrated in video games when a character needs to die or that you need to fail for narrative reasons, but the game has heretofore been built around the assumption that you can overcome things with raw strength. So, like, players get mad when they put you up against an unwinnable boss fight. Especially when they let you arguably win the boss fight and then you fail in a cutscene, right? That's like a super normal thing to do in a story. Start off all powerful and you're wasting away as the game progresses. Yeah. I think that would be cool. I've said before that if I could will a game into existence instead of needing to spend all of the blood, sweat, and tears on actually like making and testing it, I'd like to make a master and apprentice game that's like co-op, that's intended to be between a person who's good at video games and someone who's relatively new to them, where you like offload your responsibilities as the master player onto the apprentice player. And towards the end, the master player is doing like, you know, Mario Galaxy, double dash, co-op player type activities, and the apprentice is doing all the heavy lifting. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that those sequences, like, they don't let you win, though. I think there's a right way to do sequences where the main character dies or the story's leading to a failure by the protagonist, where the player doesn't feel like the victory was, like, stolen from them via cutscene. Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII does a pretty good job. Orders on a scrap of sowhide.
Which, there's a good chap. Thanks for the help.
Fetch this.
I'm gonna repair my shit while I'm here.
Box it all.
Oh, no.
Don't know if you...
Yes.
Course. Let... Gotta...
Oh.
You okay there, Roach?
I wonder if I can get a loan from Charfinalia. If I were to put up my rifle's suit.
Ah!
Am I invisible?
Yeah, if you lose organically, isn't that like the best possible outcome? Yeah, it feels like that's such a waste. Oh, hey. It's one of those in Breath of the Wild. Like, if you manage to make the player think that they lost of their own, just like, organic failure, why would you waste that? Take that moment. I've played a couple games that do that, like, whoa, is that supposed to happen? Feels good. Oh, it's centipedes. Okay. I'd like to see more games about losing, more games about pathetic characters.
Come on!
We've got enough power fantasies. What is with these guys? They're like super buff.
I'll see you in purgatory!
Death comes for you this day.
Yeah, Dark Souls is about losing. I agree. That's why I like those games so much.
Recant your sins!
Witcher, save me!
Key required. Kerflooey me.
I'll diddle you with your own dinkling.
Okay.
Die.
I swear, enemies with shields are like more dangerous than the wild hunt. If they had given Aridin a shield, I would have been fucked. Hold on, looking for your key. Oh yeah, that sounds great. 6-gun. I think video games are particularly powerful among storytelling media in that they can make you feel things that you wouldn't feel if you were holding the controller and having to like push forward, right? And there's a couple genres that take special advantage of that, even if the games aren't particularly good. Like I think horror as a genre can do a lot in a video game where you can't point and laugh at the protagonist and say, "You idiot, don't go in that room," and to progress the video game, you have to go in the room, right? But I think it's unfortunate that we default to the power fantasy so often. It's like, this isn't a particularly interesting story to tell.
Let's charge!
There's no place for them. I think it's fun to feel strong in games sometimes, but it's annoying that it's the norm. There it is. Ernest Scrawler's Journal. Ding my dong. Oh god.
You saved my life. I thank you. Should you need something, find me at the Cockatrice.
All right. North, I guess.
That's it, Roach.
Hey, it worked. There's also a chat command you can type to vote as you accrue more SP. You'll get some just for watching. Oh, interesting. It sounds like that could be pretty powerful. I like games that make you feel things or convey the emotions they want you to feel through like game mechanics. So like the Paradox games seem to do that. Or like the math of the game can make an impact on you. That was it? Oh, okay. Ow. Are you one of those ones that needs Erden? The rare enemy that actually requires... Oh, spooky skeletons. Too spooky. Let me cast my thing. Stop it. Let me cast my thing. I'm out. Banshees. Let's see.
saved my life. I shall never forget it.
No problem, man.
This all bodes very ill.
Ah, shit. Gotta dump some stuff. Let me go deposit things if I can find. There's probably a signpost up here near the objective.
Faster.
The video games are still like incredibly young as a storytelling medium, right? So they certainly didn't completely know how to do movies in the first 30 years that movies were a thing. It took a long time. Outlaw Gang Base. Oh, okay. Full bandits running towards signal fires. Just punch the guy off his horse. Good job, girl.
Come get some chode chomper.
Call me a chode chomper? Rude. Okay. You get a lot of talented storytellers who come to video games and then basically just like make a movie or a book in a video game. That's what they know how to do. I guess you get stuff like The Last of Us where the visceral game mechanics of actually like playing through the level and being the murderer that Joel is make things hit a little bit harder than they do in the TV show, but it's still a story that you can tell 90% of it in other media. Okay. Grab all this garbage. Why is my weight still so high? Oh yeah, I think the show is awesome. No shade. I think there was a lot of things that it did a better job in the game, but it didn't surprise me because like the game is basically a movie. Apparently had a whole bunch of horse shit that was taking up a bunch of space. It didn't let me deposit them previously. Okay.
Damn it.
Ow. I think it's like a spectrum. It's not, does it require gameplay, yes or no, but can you communicate 60% of the feelings in a different medium? 40%, 20%? I think with Last of Us you can get 90%. Undertale needs to be a video game. Oh, hello. Hey, it's Spriggan. Probably not a creature that should ragdoll. Disco needs to be a video game, absolutely. Yeah. You could tell a story in that world, I guess, but like the specific story that game can be to different people is dependent on the medium, for sure.
Smell that? Welcome to Toussaint.
Ah, yes. Good F.
Area liberated. Okay. Southwest from here.
You, what do you want?
Amazon has the rights to make a Disco Elysium TV show, which is like... Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God. Kill me. So. Doesn't hire a weird once-in-a-lifetime collective of artists who disband shortly after release of the work. Yeah, Spec Ops is a good one. I think you could maybe convey a similar idea to Spec Ops in a TV show. Like, I can think of some of the things you could do with the language of film to convey that you've been rooting for this character the whole time without realizing what's really going on, but I think the, like, specific things to the video game, like the part where you're dropping the white phosphorus and you can see your reflection in the screen. Call of Duty 4 does that too with the what is it called? The gunship level. Just going to sleep there, buddy? Or like the fact that there's civilians everywhere and the game just doesn't comment on it at all in Spec Ops: The Line. It's pretty genius. Yeah. I think Spec Ops is an interesting meta work too, because it's a kind of game that sort of depends on a familiarity with the military shooter, right? I guess you could play it as your first ever military shooter, I guess, but I think it lands better if you... So it's similar to Undertale, right? Like, I think Undertale works if you've never played an RPG before, but if you are familiar with the concept of grinding for XP, it hits a little harder. not get a sign here? Yeah, exactly. It's not every
Come on
town
now.
produces a signpost. I'm be writing for a minute here. So, I'm doing this quest, and it's fine. But like in the scope of Witcher side quests, this is the most like a normal open world game side quest. Like if you told me, oh, The Witcher 3 has a bunch of side quests, I'd be like, oh god, it's gonna be this, right? And in fact, it's kind of wild that the entire game has had nothing like this until this DLC. I don't like detest it. It's fine. I guess you get some interesting things, like the guy in the cell or the Cyclops fight.
I'm going to save my hands. Watch your stones.
There's no dialogue anywhere. I guess the character like has a bark when you rescue them, but just move on.
Take a pecker to the back. This shall drag on too long.
Ever fight a Witcher?
You get. Bubsy.
Yeah, generally I haven't felt like The Witcher 3 has had the, like, check all the things off the map feel to it, but that's what this definitely feels like.
I am life. I am death.
Is there like another one stuck in a house somewhere? There's just like one guy over here.
Now let's not do anything rash. Let's.
Geralt just knew. Okie doke. Worse.
Why? Really, why?
Come on, Roach.
We're over halfway done. Is that the sound a child makes when you run over him with a horse? Very pretty. This whole place feels painted.
Come on, Nancy's! All together! On three!
What now, you piece of filth?
Signpost here. Sure don't. Oh, is it like in the cave? It's kind of, that's smart. What they just did there. I wish they would have done this in earlier stages where when you go to where the marker is, it shows you a little grate pointing out that something's below you. Like, it maybe strains credulity a little bit, but from a game mechanic perspective, it makes it clear, oh, I need to look for a cave. The hell? Other caves are like an exit from it or something? Okay, hold on. Oh boy.
Slow now, let's not do anything rash. Lads, charge! Take him for a ride!
This reminds me of the Pinnacle Station DLC for Mass Effect 1. It's basically this.
Praised be the Prophet Leviota! Brothers, let us kill! Let us murder!
Light the fire! We need reinforcements! Don't let you get away! You...
Not good.
Rude. See ya.
Why the bum sweat did you come here? Why the bum sweat did you come here? You stand no chance against us. Why the bum sweat did you come here?
Why the bum sweat did you come here? What a boss fight. you want me to do something else in here? I hope that's not glitched. Gonna give it to me now, maybe? Weird. Man, like the lack of dialogue is very odd. This is what I think of. Hans's reign of terror has ended. Okay, don't believe you. This feels like a Assassin's Creed quest. I think they probably would have been fine if they just didn't classify this as a quest. It is just on the normal quest list, right? Yeah, Knight for Hire. Top of the secondary quest list. I probably have an unfair opinion of Assassin's Creed. I mentally model it as a open world with a big checklist of boxes to tick off.
Go on! No, take him alive! You killed him! Let us end this!
Idle games and like progress quests were a kind of a parody of RPGs and like grinding for XP and getting more powerful forever. It's funny that people ended up playing them unironically and being really into them. I enjoyed them too. But it would be neat for someone to make a like idle games but for open world games, right? Where you like have a game that's just like a big map. It's just like a big square of like red squares and you just have to click all the red squares to turn them green and then you do it again for a bigger map and so on.
Let's go.
To me, that's what this degenerates to in a lot of cases.
Maybe you ought to turn around.
And take the free warp. It's fine. We call that a coloring book. Yeah. Yeah. Not even paint by numbers, though, right? Let's just go to each of the red squares and click on them until they turn green. It's fun.
Faster.
I'm gonna steal that term, Fuchitude. That'll be helpful to convey what I mean when I say, like, legitimate, fun, open world content versus coloring book content. I guess, like, I don't shit on people who like idle games. I like idle games. I think they do. I enjoy the process of
should look around still.
Grinding them out. Like, doing a coloring book is fun. It's satisfying, feels good. There's a reason people like to color. It's relaxing, it's chill. I bet a lot of people like doing coloring book open world games just because it feels good to, like, check all the boxes off. But this mission is brutal on my weapon durability. Yeah, I love idle games. I basically play a game that's an idle game MMO for many thousands of hours. But I guess it bugs me when open world games aren't honest about the fact that it's just a coloring book. Oh no. They do that that like back of the box thing where they can like technically literally describe the list of features, like over 500 bandit camps to liberate, right? And let your brain fill in the empty space, like, oh man, liberating bandit camps, that sounds amazing. And there's 500 of them, whoa. And then you get in the game and it's like, oh, there's just 500 places where you press the A button and it says camp liberated. That was pretty successful.
Son of a cartridge!
Mistake.
Lick my dog and we get along.
You guys all make dick jokes? So it makes you a bandit?
My soul cannot handle this. It simply cannot. Oh, Lebioda's wounds.
Oh my god, this guy's talking.
Calm down. It's over.
I thank you, sir. And you must forgive me my momentary loss of composure. Are you in need of accoutrements, monsieur?
BioWare walks away. Turn and then walk. What are you doing here? I wonder if this is the first guy they designed for this quest, and then it was like, this is too expensive.
More its temporary steward. By order of the Treasury Minister, I am to serve as caretaker of Count Deloni's properties and estates. The Count is missing. Yet, no one at the palace warned me. Villafittet is the lair of bandits. That is to say, it was, but is no more. Thanks to your heroism, Monsieur Witcher.
What do you have that you're willing to sell?
Nothing.
Thanks. So long.
Oh, come on. At least unlock the front door, man.
Let's go.
I have weird and probably mostly unfair opinions about Ubisoft as a developer. I can't even really articulate most of them. It's just a lot of their games just feel hollow in a way that's hard for me to justify.
Charge! Take it for a ride!
They're certainly not the most cynical game developer of all time, but I just don't feel a lot of heart in most of them. Like, I don't feel a vision that someone wants to share with the world, or that a team of people are excited to share with the world.
Cannot let him get away. Smack the scallywag.
I guess Rayman is technically Ubisoft, right? Those games are interesting. They don't feel hollow. Just killed so many bandits.
Let's ride.
It's like a super bandit camp.
I'll diddle you with your own dinkling. Pathetic.
What is with the boss fights that are just a regular guy? It's weird.
Her up! The whole of us at once!
I like Prince of Persia. Just Googled highest selling games by Ubisoft. I didn't play Watch Dogs, but through cultural osmosis it seems a little hollow. I feel like maybe the early Far Cry games were trying to do something interesting and then kind of just like stopped. Prince of Persia Sands of Time is an all-time great game. That definitely feels like they've got something to say and a vision to share.
You.
Watch Dogs is like GTA, but you can hack shit. Far Cry stopped it trying around 4. I heard The Division is kind of meh. I never played any of the Rainbow Six games. The Crew is a racing game from Ubisoft. I don't know, I guess just more than a lot of other developers, it feels like the they make their games like, I don't know if they're like focus group tested is the right word. It's like they're made backwards. They're like made from the audience backwards, which is weird. We're not the only developer that does that sometimes, but
Now, did you have to go and tweak?
yeah.
Don't let it get away! Flies! Come! Tail!
Like, Nintendo is far from perfect, and I would never describe them as the best game developer, but it often feels like they're like, well, we're gonna make this weird thing, and we're gonna find an audience for it, right? Or we're gonna take a risk. Maybe there isn't an audience. Maybe nobody wants to play this weird thing. A lot of indie games can feel like that. Like, you'll occasionally get in, or not even occasionally, you'll quite frequently get an indie game where the developer's idea is pretty much like, oh man, I want to play a game that's like Slay the Spire meets The Witcher or whatever the fuck, right? And then like, yeah, they're starting from combining two games that they really enjoy. But they're clearly like really passionate about liking both of those games, and so the passion comes through in the material. They end up making a really good Zelda and Dark Souls had a baby game, whatever it is, right? Yeah. It seems like a lot of their games suffer from, they have a very tight development schedule, right? They pretty much release their games on time, which seems like it's a bad sign sometimes. Far Cry X is coming out in 2025, come hell or high water. If we have to cut content to make it fit, we're gonna release it, goddammit. That's what it feels like sometimes.
That's it.
That's true. You do raise a good point. There are some Japanese developers in particular who kind of have an attitude of like, fuck the audience. Like, you're gonna like this and you're gonna like the way we do it. I talked about that a lot during the Tears of the Kingdom playthrough, that I love Nintendo, but there's certain things that are just like, come on guys, this is the way we do things now. You can't pretend like you don't know that this is how this is supposed to work. Baldur's Gate 3 came out a month early.
Not good. Giddy up.
Don't auto-track that, what the fuck? Seems to be a real quest. We're gonna finish this one. This trading post southeast of me. Far Cry 5 sold 25 million. Just Dance, Brothers in Arms, Pets with a Z. Imagine.
Circle him! Circle him!
Show me what you got.
Ow.
Reinforcements! Get hold of us! At once!
That guy is the light. Legolas! Get the guy with the fucking torch. Well, Aragorn doesn't know what like explosives are, but it definitely seems bad that there's a guy running in with a big torch. Oh shit. Oh, that might be really bad. I don't know when the last save was. This doesn't seem like the kind of quest to autosave frequently. Maybe it's been doing it when I fast travel. Oh geez, this could be really bad. Been occasionally tapping F5, but I don't know when I did it last. I thought I had an extra life from adrenaline there. No, I haven't played any Far Cry games. Oh, okay, it put me right outside. That's not too bad. A lot of guys with bows here.
Something here. Where's that artifact killer?
Oh, really? It's kind of cool.
Too late to surrender. Someone placed an illusion here.
That's pretty neat. No, that seems good. Try to mess around with those. Yeah, right. Who makes Just Cause? I've never played the Just Cause games. I assume that they have similar kind of coloring book style open worlds, but at least there's like the cool grappling hook thing for getting around and stuff, right? Yeah, exactly, Spiky. The same way. Everybody plays these games, I guess. Saints Row is GTA dialed to 11, Just Cause is Far Cry dialed to 9.8. Okay, thank you. That's helpful for me to understand. What's the point of them having a stamina meter if you can't actually fully deplete it? Maybe it prevents them from attacking? Go down, man.
Not good.
There we go.
twist your truth.
They built these cool towers and stuff. I just wish there was like content here.
My goodness, how I enjoy a good man punching. That move. My...
This actually feels somewhat. So I was saying earlier that like the open world doesn't get in the way of my enjoyment of The Witcher. I do think that like if they needed to make this DLC like a quarter the size to get rid of this DLC, to get rid of this mission, I would be fine with that. I don't think this map needs to be this big. I'd rather have quality over quantity. I wonder if they just like set out too aggressive and they were like, oh man, we're gonna make this new map that's like the size of Velen or whatever. Skellige. And I was like, you don't need to do that. It'd still be really impressive if it has like, you know, 10 hours of high quality side questing. You possess the virtue of valor. Stop automatically changing my shit. I only have one more of these and I'll never have to do this again. Northwest. Okay.
At your service, Witcher.
These are like so weird that you like you kill everyone and then this cutscene happens where you like wordlessly shake a man's hand, and now there's a bunch of knights here.
Without so much as breaking a sweat.
Yeah, man, he was just like a guy. He wasn't.
Most honored Witcher,
he was less compelling than some of his own guards.
Four fingers von Witten. Quite the feat. You've my respect and gratitude forever and always. He'd squatted in those ruins for months, him and that Hans of his. Whoever they captured alive lived to regret not having been cleaved in battle.
Managed to assemble a pretty good bunch of men.
Refuse from all the world. Bandits, degenerates, drawn like flies to doo-doo. It's good you fell them to a man. You've my gratitude.
I wonder if this exists because of cut content. I wonder if they actually built all these places with the intent of adding like unique quests for each location and then just like couldn't.
Might.
And like, well, we gotta do something with it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think the Valor one was just like number of kills since accepting the quest or something. It's unrelated to Knight for Hire, I think.
No fuss, water no wine.
Move it.
Northwest. Yes. I made that joke earlier when it said to prove my honor. I do the honor ritual. The rite of honor. Of course it has honor points. What does he say? He's like, oh, so modest. Another 10 honor points. That whole sequence, that game is so fucking funny. And like the voice actor they got for the narrator elevates all of it. I couldn't imagine playing without him voice acting literally everything. I'm excited for that because Baldur's Gate 3 has a narrator, a voice narrator, and she does like everything in the game, right? Oh hey, it's just a werewolf. this cutscene, it shouldn't make me angry, but it angers me. It feels like it doesn't belong.
I'll finally be able to drink in peace.
Oh, that's interesting. Be expensive to have every NPC say it.
That Gwent will be the end of me.
Okay, let's turn this fucking bullshit in. Never again.
Work doth one ennoble. Sloth doth one gratify. Calm down.
Oh! Ollie, Ollie! Accent free!
Oh!
Hey, there's our... We've never gotten a double Hank. We had a Hank with a single delay, like a Hank sandwich, but never a back-to-back Hank. I did your stupid fucking quest.
My clerks have brought word of heroic deeds on your part. Please accept this
If you
compensation.
just give me, like, money or something, you need to give me, like, a full armor set. Oh my god.
Well, see you later.
Go in peace.
Holy shit. Wait. It gave me something. Like... That is the worst quest in the game, and it's not even close. Holy shit. Okay. Doing the ones with no level here.
Knights withdrew from the tournament. They say it was because of an itch he obtained at the bells. Quite hard to scratch under metal pussy.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how they're like, well, we could give you all of the stacking benefits of the other trophies, but that might be a little overpowered.
Come on.
I'm glad to have a little shield hanging from my horse now, instead of a monster head. It'd be one thing if it like gave you some kind of like amazing reward or something. Or like there's a whole bunch of dialogue or story at the end of it, but it's literally just like, here you go. Okay, bye.
Blood. Lots of
Oh,
it.
thank Christ. Geralt's talking again.
Kicky Moors? Summer stench.
And that kid seems like the most interesting thing. Kill all of them first.
Your head from the saddle. Get you more eggs. Need to incinerate these to ash.
Just working on it.
So, missing workers. This is what became of them. Faster.
Let's go.
I think Roach being like really finicky when you're not on a road further disincentivizes exploration in this game. Like, I get why Red Dead Redemption 2 does horses the way it does horses, where like you get really punished for riding the horse off on a rough terrain or whatever. But I think that you benefit from a more abstracted
Scale.
horse experience in
Kind of
this.
unusual. Silver? Never seen one like this. Signs of a fight. Paw prints, beastly ones, that's clear. Just on this spot, though. Aerial attack. Must have been. Blood. Of the fresh variety. Monster attack was recent. Blood. Of the fresh variety. Monster attack was recent. Man, bled to death. Big beast inflicted these wounds. Clear from the claw marks. Must have a toothy smile, too, judging by what ripped his throat open. Draconid. Gotta be. Maybe a basilisk? Except these prints don't belong to any variety I know. Just a little different. Area's dangerous. I'd say there's a basilisk nesting around here. You'd be wise to remain at some distance.
Yes, I'm familiar with the matter, and quite proud to say a basilisk does nest here. I look after it personally.
Look after it?
What?
It's not exactly a pet. Beast's murdering folk who come through here.
Just a minute. It does not murder those who do not trespass upon its territory.
You post those warnings?
Indeed, to prevent anyone from coming to any harm.
Well, a lot of good they did. Got a freshly mangled corpse right here.
Most likely a merchant, the poor bloke. Just today, I learned 2 traders had chosen this route despite the signs. I came as quick as I could to warn them. Too late, alas. I've instructed my servants. They shall take the body, return it to the family with a generous sum as recompense.
Who exactly are you? And how'd you develop such an interest in the beast?
Count Borges, happy to be of service. As to the beast, well, this subspecies is our dynastic symbol. The Disalfareses have for centuries signed with the Regulus Platinum. As family legend has it, a female of the species rescued an ancestor, a boy at the time, from a burning building. She took the tyke back to her nest, where she fed him as if he were one of her own youngsters.
Malarkey.
To be sure, but beautiful malarkey it is.
Where's the basilisk nesting? Any idea?
Of course I've an idea. but you don't really expect me to tell you. Those are not toy swords. I know your intentions.
Find it myself then. Easy to track with its distinct paw prints. Mentioned 2 merchants, so I might also look for the other corpse. Busted barrels. Contents spilled all over. Must have been tannin in there. Used to treat leather. Beast smashed the barrels. That's how the scent got on the scale.
Your Coco is so very curious. Strong sense especially intrigue her. The barrels, they must have drawn her in. Drawn her to the caravan.
Strange. These burn marks. Beast's venom make them? Subspecies must be highly toxic.
It is so indeed. A wound from a sterling basilisk festers long.
Need to brew a potion that'll neutralize that. Busted barrels slimed with venom. Hallmarks of an attack. Basilisk must have caught the second victim here. Anyway, got 2 scents. Venom and tannin. Ought to be enough to track the beast.
Why track her at all? Your caste is protected. Her death would forever destabilize the ecosystem. Who knows what would happen? I see unforeseeable consequences down the line.
You see unforeseeable consequences?
Provoking her. Harm her not, and she too will leave you untouched.
Odors dispersed. Seems to be everywhere. Basilisk must be high in the sky. Bloodstains. Clear as day. Sense perceptible again. Just as I expected. Second victim, but relatively unscathed. Basilisk must have been dragging him back to its nest for later. Dropped him for some reason. Wonder why.
Cooper's Guild.
Here's something, but it's no basilisk screech. Human voices.
Not about to roost at its nest with warriors on the prowl after it.
Yamo, Harry, prepare the equipment. Beast wandered off somewheres. We got to lure it back. And who might you be?
Funny. About to ask you the same.
They call us the Reavers.
Reavers? Wouldn't happen to hail from Crinfrid, would you?
Aye, we do. But how's it you know? And again, who the hell are you?
Geralt of Rivia. I'm a witcher. Know your brethren in arms. Boholt, Kenneton Desperate, New Boy too.
Ah, you're that witcher.
Oh yeah, New Boy.
Aye, Boholt mentioned you. Said you swing a mean sword.
A professional. Good you came along. Could take on the brute together. Talk is the venom's something horrifying. Could use another pair of hands. Fee what we've gotten from the guild. We'll share it fair and square. You in?
Gentlemen, this hurts my ears and pains my heart. You aim to kill your caste? It cannot be. The creature is protected.
If you fear to lose the guild's reward, I shall repay it, and reward you doubly to leave the beast be. You cannot slay the last living specimen of a near-extinct subspecies.
Willing to pay, are you? Long as we do nothing? That's rather novel. What say you to that, Master? Far as I know, beasts culled the human race by 5 already.
This one's hard because I don't like the rich guy. I don't like the rich guy more than I am a
Beast has to
conservationist.
die. We work together, we'll make quick work of it.
After all I told you of your caste,
If I had to exterminate every
murder her?
koala in order to
Oh,
get
you
rid of
will
billionaires, I
regret
think I
this,
would do
friend.
it.
I know folk. I shall tell them you slew the last surviving specimen.
You know folk.
Sorry, Master de Salvarez. Actually, not sorry. A monster's a monster. Silvery, plaid, or polka-dotted, last or next to last specimen, doesn't matter. It's a dangerous predator that kills humans. Enough said.
It's like mosquitoes, right?
Herbalist.
You saved the last
alchemists,
mosquito.
I know many. They will despise you. I shall tell them of a heartless cur who cares not an ounce for balance in nature. You
Oh, they look
shall
so
pay
embarrassed.
arms and legs for their wares. More.
Somebody plug this Lorden's gob, eh?
You're gonna have consequences
Right,
for your
Master
decision. The herbalist in Toussaint will charge you 10% more.
With crossbows, comply with bolts while you do the hack and slash, or all go at it as a bunch, blades in hand, fire in our hearts. You decide. You're the one with experience.
Use your crossbows, keep her on the ground. Good idea.
Did you say her?
It's a female, yeah.
Hear that, lads? We've a learned.
It's really the last of her kind, then.
100 spans out.
He's gonna
and
die
spotted
anyway.
What the lizard's got between its legs. Right now, lads. You've heard the specialist. Ready your crossbows.
All good and fine, but the monster's not in its nest. Gotta track it down first.
Not at all necessary, Geralt. We looked into it, gave it a think. Traders use tannin to lure the beast. Who says we can't do the
This
same?
group of 4 bald buff guys.
Came into a bit, aye. Yeah, willing to do the honors?
All right.
There.
Grab your bellies! Shoot the bitch down!
Murdered 5 people?
Come on.
A stroke of luck, that. To fight at a true witcher's side. Prime the way you swung that razor, mate.
Mentioned some fee from a guild. I hear you right?
Ha! Witcher drives right for the gut. A professional, right thorough. Your share, friend. Every last copper as we agreed. We'll collect us a few of them silver scales and a tail. Proof for the guild, right?
Poor guy.
And we'll get word of you to some folk. Merchant folk, meaning. They ought to treat you
Jesus
right.
Christ.
Thanks.
We'll see. I so far don't care for the side quests in the DLC so far. I know I did one that's like especially bad, but some of these feel like a parody of a Witcher side quest. Probably not going to bother with the Heart of Stone ones. The actual main quest is really good. Okay.
young beast.
Whoa!
Look at Melody, sobbing over.
Come on, Roach.
Let him be more. Blubbered a fair bit yourself when wolves nabbed your helmets.
What do you mean? You saying we's like them wolves?
No, muttering.
Turn around. Where is this? Behind me.
Witcher, I've a matter of prime urgency and import. I must speak to...
What's up?
Your wound. Feeling better?
It's healing splendidly, though I am to avoid trouble for some time. To be frank, that is precisely why I wish to speak with you.
Want me to stand in for you? Take on some trouble on your behalf?
That could very well be the case. You see, there is a maiden, nay, a lady. I suspect someone's cast an ill spell upon her. A curse, perhaps.
Let me guess. She suddenly grew cold, haughty, and distant, though the night before she was flirtatious and alluring.
Tut tut, Witcher. You jest, yet the matter is grave. Though true, the lady in question is dear to my heart. I shall not deny it. I fear she has fallen victim to ill magic, and knows no one she could turn to for help.
What makes you think she might be cursed?
You must keep all I say to yourself, I beg you. I would never dare to be so indiscreet normally, yet I'm troubled about her, for her. Vivienne shuns the company of others. Though the fairest maid at court, she keeps men at a distance. I thus determined I would resort to trickery.
Trickery? That even befitting of a knight?
In war, yes. And what is love if not battle? As it were, one evening I crouched in hiding outside her seamstress's home. As Vivienne emerged from it, I too emerged, ever so gently but convincingly collided with her, then promptly offered to escort her home.
God.
She consented. At first, all augured well. I proposed a more scenic route. She agreed. I made kindly forays into conversation, and she even began to respond as we neared the end of our route.
Then suddenly,
mid-speech, from her mouth there flew a most hideous shriek. I stopped stone cold in my tracks while she turned red, then promptly ran off. I did not give chase that time. I attempted to approach her on several ensuing occasions, to learn what had happened, for I feared she had become entangled in some trouble. I noted that often, come night, she ventures into the woods, where I've seen her walk about a glade near a pool. I've striven on occasion to follow her, but lost track each time. It seemed then
Got the hots for a
she'd
ghost.
melted into the air.
Notice any other strange behavior? Additional symptoms?
No, Vivienne's avoided me wholly since the first encounter. But folk gossip.
What about?
They say she's secretive, that no one ever sees her after dusk. That she's wont to suddenly disappear.
Nothing unusual about any of that. Sound you heard. She might have just had a sore throat.
Had I thought it possible the sound was natural, I never would have taken up your precious time.
Tell me more about Vivienne. Who is she? What's her story?
Well, she's dead.
She's Her Enlightened Highness's lady-in-waiting. Her mother was a lady-in-waiting. Her father, a knight. That is all I've learnt, for the Duchessa grows angry when asked about her. Vivienne spends her days within the palace walls. Yet we are in luck, for she has been named the tourney's patroness this year. Thus, each participant will be granted an audience with her.
Got a problem then. See, I'm not a participant.
I've devised a solution already. You shall take my place in the lists and thus gain the chance to speak to her. I was looking forward to winning the tourney, very much so. Yet for Vivienne, I am prepared to sacrifice anything.
This tourney, how's it work exactly?
Well, there's no jousting, because we don't have that in the engine.
Most important contest. Knights from all corners come to face off for the grand prize. And more importantly, for glory. A demanding test of knightly prowess in horsemanship, marksmanship, and fencing.
Well, I can do the third
I qualified
thing.
for the first time, had great hopes of winning. Yet...
Yeah, I get it. Anything for Vivienne.
Oh, that's nice, the bird.
Fine, I'll look into it. Gotta admit, piqued my curiosity.
I shall be forever in your debt. Now, we must ensure you are not eliminated from the tourney before you can meet Vivienne.
Meaning?
Could you show me how you shoot, ride, and fight, perchance? And you must learn the tourney rules, know how to apply them in practice. I did not mean to suggest I doubt your abilities. Everyone must train, even a witcher. Besides, the tourney contests must surely differ, require skills you don't usually apply, races above all. The choice is yours. Where shall we start?
Let's get that one out of the way. Oh, it's
Urge
just a
could
don't
use
pick
some
any
wind in her
practice.
mane. Let's go for a ride.
Come with me.
Monster Slayer. Aye,
The tourney's race differs from others you might have taken part in. You shall not ride against any opponent.
How's it a race at all, then?
It's a race against time. The true track begins in the arena, runs round the tourney grounds, then finishes again in the arena. The training track, however, lies beyond the arena. We shall go there now.
But I did.
Never not look silly sprinting behind characters like this.
All is ready. Now listen, for it can be quite a challenge. Along your route stand dummies and targets.
Oh god.
The dummies you may cut with your blade. The targets you must hit from your crossbow. The time you have to complete the course shall increase each time you land a strike, be it with blade or bolt. It may sound simple enough, yet I've seen many a knight fail this contest and hang his head in shame. During the race proper, judges throughout the course shall tally your points. For now you may ride unperturbed by those matters.
At least it's more interesting than the base game's races.
Giddy up.
It is not... God, this is gonna suck. Does this even work? Okay. This is not gonna go well. So I didn't need to do any of that.
So, have you had enough?
Had it.
Where to now?
Trained enough, I think. High time we saw to your Vivienne.
She's not mine. Not yet. Now, you must go to the inscription tent. Honor and glory are all true and good, but your scrolls must be in order.
Horrible of the Smitten Knight.
Ah.
The gods have
damn
sent
it.
the
Watch where you step, fool.
as punishment for our sins. We have ceased to...
Brave son Milton, you left us too soon.
Est
The sun unto
flows
song
in the
shall no
veins
more
of
shine.
Toussaint.
Greetings. Want to join the lists?
Naturally, we must first see to formalities, however. At Guillaume's request, I have looked into your personal history in its heraldic aspects.
Really? What did you come up with?
My findings show you may take part as Geralt of Rivia,
What a surprise.
or as the Honorable Ravix of Forhorn. It's not every year we have a combatant who can boast of 2 crests. Which do you prefer?
Kinda curious what you could have learned about Geralt of Rivia.
In the year 1267, a certain Geralt, a member of the Witches' Guild, was knighted by Queen Meve and dubbed Geralt of Rivia. This was in honor of his distinguished service at the Battle of the Bridge, said structure spanning the Yaruga. But I wager you know of which battle I speak.
Yeah, those were the days. Kahir and I led a fistful of Nordlings against an entire Nilfgaardian battalion. Won that battle just because we absolutely had to cross the river.
That's interesting.
I'm Geralt, not about to fight under a false name.
You may now take the shield bearing your crest.
I'm a Witcher. Shields aren't something Witchers ever use in combat.
Who mentioned using it in combat? Not I. The shield commemorates your participation in the tourney. You may take it as a
If it has the
souvenir.
same stats as the shield from that
case,
stupid
thanks.
fucking quest,
Have you been instructed as
I'm
to
gonna
the
be so
tourney's
mad.
challenges, prizes, and vows? If not, I do hope you will allow me to tell you about them.
Feels like I know everything I'd ever want to know about chivalric tourneys.
Splendid. In that case, you must make your vow. Upon what would you like to swear it?
Don't feel like making a vow.
Custom allows even for this possibility. May
Very
the gods
custom.
succor you in your endeavors to overcome. Sign here, please, then fill out these forms. That is all I need from you. Now, as arranged by Guillaume, you shall be fitted with appropriate armor for the tourney.
Shiny.
You have also been assigned a tent for the tourney's duration. It stands near the arena. Good luck.
I get a trailer. Oh, he looks great. Hopefully that has comparable stats to my vampire armor. I'll wear it. It is better just based on raw stats. Oh, but it's not, doesn't have any bonus. Yeah, no, we'll switch back to the vampire shit.
Keep calm. Start no fraud. Keep calm. Start no fraud.
Geralt, well, I'll be... Have you decided to turn knight errant?
All jesting aside,
I should be doing
you're
this
on
during the
job.
day.
You in the 22?
Am I? Ha! I shall square off against Renfan of Atre. I saw him just moments ago. A nervous wreck. Stuffing his nose with fish steak, no less. As if that would aid his determination.
Guessing that's against the rules.
But who's to tell the Nefgatian what to do? Listen, Geralt. I've a tip for you. The timing of your marksmanship duel is such that you shall have the sun in your eyes.
Makes no difference to me either way.
Nor will it give you any pleasure. Since, as it is, we must both wait, play me in a round of Gwent. Should you win, I shall swap with you. To me, a southerner, the sun is no hindrance.
Nah, I'm good.
Thanks. Another time, maybe.
Ha! You've denied me some diversion. But at the least, my eyes are in for a treat. Lady Vivienne should appear shortly.
Is she a ghost?
Fair knights, I salute you. The honor and duty of tourney patron have fallen to me this year.
Duty.
Fight honorably, so that I may bestow upon one of your number the tourney's grand prize. You have sworn your vows. You have readied body and soul. The time has come to test them.
Behold Horm Akispark of the Mechtian royal line. His name's quite the mouthful, a true challenge to rhyme. His targets to be hit centrally and true are the ones in blue. Against him new blood, a knight unknown till now. Sir Geralt of Rivia, give us a bow.
That's what you're gonna get.
The targets he must with his quarrels thread are red. May the better man win.
Guess the sun does make it slightly harder, huh? That's kind of a cool way to change the difficulty.
Like a lover ghostly grasping but one fair teat, Geralt's half strewn 'twixt joyous victory and bitter defeat. Sir Geralt of Rivia
Wow, that kept playing even if you took it away from his
foe,
face.
Pounded him soundly, immersed him in woe.
That angle, I thought it was a fucking gun.
Your prize, sir. A crossbow adorned with your crest.
Oh, they really knew I was gonna
I
win.
congratulate you.
Somebody scrambled to screw it on there.
My medallion's vibrating strongly. Can only mean one thing. Magic.
The explanation is disappointing, I'm afraid. The fragrance I use, it's mixed by a sorceress.
To lose to an opponent such as you is a victory of its own. Accept my congratulations as
You gonna give me a discount at Fisherman?
Good work! In the interim, I managed to determine which tent Lady Vivienne occupies. Perhaps you could find a clue within it.
You're right. Vivienne's cursed in some way. Sensed it when she opened the tourney.
In that case, we've no time to lose. Let us go.
Yeah, let's go now.
This is her tent. You must look inside. Search it. I shall hoot like an owl should someone approach.
Okay. Oh my god, it's a yellow item?
claw marks, that's clear.
Yeah, right.
Not sure what beast left them, just that it's big. Jar of concealing ointment. How will magic at work here? Clothing's all dark green and yellow. Seems Yen's not the only one with a fixed color scheme. Hairs and salts. Used to make compresses. Oriole feather. Vivienne keep a bird as a pet?
Someone approaches.
No sign of it here, if
I'm
so.
supposed to hoot like an owl.
You were supposed to hoot.
We shall speak later. We must return to the tourney now. It's time for the second contest.
Sirs, what seek you in my lady's tent? Inspiration? Be gone from here.
Be gone. Alright, I'm gonna try to just race this and ignore this stuff. Maybe I'll shoot the targets. Only he defooted. A fool.
Behold, gallant knights
That looks nice.
and ladies decorous. Gaze at the host assembled before us. Look upon chivalry's best and most storied.
Decorous and before us, that's
Come
good.
from far lands, here to seek glory. Hear now their names as I shout them aloud. Savor their titles, of their presence be proud. Halmarin, the Baron of Longfall. Linos of Metida. Rainfall
Dave.
of Atra. Horm Makaspark of Meikt. Donimir of Troy. Guy de Boisfren, in service to the Duchess. Delwyn of Craigiau. Count Tai of Dondal. Ansay of Lyria and Rivia a prince. Geralt of Rivia. For Gregoire of Mount Gorgon, let out a roaring cheer. The faint vow of silence, tawny champion from last year. Today's
Okay.
winner of contest,
Sir Gregor,
his victory to
giant
secure,
motherfucker.
shall face a Gregoire in a
Got it.
challenge severe. Does ignorance demand a bard intercede? Does someone need telling how tourneys proceed?
How dare you enter a tourney for nobly born knights? Your knighthood came through the grace of my mother Meath, Queen of Lyria and Rivia, whom you treacherously deserted mere days later. Your presence here is an offense to my honor.
And yours is an offense to my eyes. If you're done, step aside, Prince.
The tourney's protector, the maid Vivienne. Her beauty entrances both beasts and men.
My heart's greetings, dear knights. May my grace guide you and show you the path of honor, valor, and glory.
Oh my god, their ears. They're gonna take
Accept
off.
my wishes of good fortune, sir, and devote all your strength to the tourney. And
There must be
only
something with my graphics card that responds to a very specific physics interaction. It's usually only used for hair.
Ladies and gentlemen of lineage illustrious, soon steeds shall swarm like ants most industrious. To beat time's passage they'll ride like the gale. What a sight to behold, what a lark, what a tale.
It's weird that I can kind of see his face.
Before us Geralt from Rithia come, fast as the wind, bright as the sun.
Alright.
Move it.
And he's up. We the thunderous roar, whose pounds the ground. No legion of drummers could make such a sound.
Master Richard, you wouldn't miss me.
1, 2, 3. Ready or not?
No, you recover stamina while you're aiming. That's good to know. I guess that's one way to solve this, because like the stamina system's not great for races, because it tends to work out that the race is just long enough that like you start to run out of stamina right near the very end, but you can basically ignore it in most races. Still getting a full bar every time, so I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Whoop.
So close! Will he last? Endure and keep pace! A race of such style, such grace, such speed. To watch was a pleasure, a treat indeed. To honor our entrance, praise each fair knight. We shall feast from eve till dawn's first light. The finest of wine and food shall be served. If you've blood in your veins, come collect what's deserved.
I congratulate you. Here, your prize. A saddle adorned with your crest.
Many thanks.
Thanks.
By the way, my mate saw a man with white hair sneak out of my tent. Would you know who it might have been?
No idea.
How juvenile.
You're like a ghost lady.
Congratulations on your win. In stellar style, no less. Ah, I no longer regret I was not able to participate. Almost.
We must drink to this. Come with me to the feast. We shall await Vivienne together.
Lead the way.
So, any thoughts on Vivienne?
Her beauty's striking.
That is not what I ask.
Still too early to say anything I'd be willing to stand behind. Managed to figure one thing out. She uses powerful magic, masking illusions.
Do you mean to say she might in truth look different than she seems?
Yeah.
Only guessing right now. Found some clues. Got me wondering if your beloved Vivienne's not a Bruxa.
A Bruxa? You mean a...
But we'd have a second one to fight.
Not sure yet.
We've still some time before Vivienne arrives. Let us drink.
Sorry, don't drink while I work.
This asshole.
Her presence at this tourney is an affront to my honor. I demand satisfaction.
You're supposed to smack me with it.
Head to the nearest brothel then.
Coward. Mounted combat.
Oh god, not that.
I challenge you.
Got business to finish here. We'll duel another day.
You cannot refuse another man's challenge. It is dishonorable. You would be excluded from the tourney. Then what will become of Vivienne?
Coward.
Fine. Main arena. See you there.
May the blood I will spill wash away the stain of your cowardice.
Let's get this over with. Quick.
3, 2, 1.
given me no choice.
Kind of interesting that they made this work. Requires that slow effect, though.
For reasons unknown except to them, the gods have chosen to punish me with defeat. But do not think your cowardice will be forgotten.
Damn it, you still going on about that? Need to clear this up once and for all. Had to abandon your mother's camp back then because someone else needed my help, badly. Couldn't refuse them. Didn't want to, in fact.
You mean to say you had a secret mission, set off to accomplish it, having vowed to tell no one of its nature, until you did?
Something like that, minus the vow. And, I'd still rather not divulge the nature of my secret mission. Can you accept that as justification?
In agreeing to duel, you proved yourself a true knight. Thus, I accept your word as that of a man of honor.
Glad to hear it. Now I got work to do.
I wonder what the secret mission was. I assume that's a book thing. That'd be funny.
My heart swells to behold this beautiful celebration of valor and honor, and to witness you, who embody the chivalric virtues in your lives, strive for greatness. Yet, after a time of combat must come a time of peace and respite. Thus, I invite all who fought in the tourney to this feast held in your, and none other's, honor. And should any among you crave solitude, private tents await you nearby.
Oh, sweet.
The group melee shall
That's
take
cool of them.
place on the morrow. Glory shall be within grasp for each and every one
It's
of you.
not Sir Gregor the
The
Mountain, it's
best among you shall
Gregoire,
have the honor to face our reigning
the tall
champion,
guy.
the famed Gregoire de Gourgon, victor of last year's tourney. Celebrate, make merry.
It's cool they
revel
don't show
as
you his
will,
face.
Yet be mindful of the trial that awaits you tomorrow.
I love the I wear magic perfume excuse.
Follow her. We shall meet in your tent before your last contest. You must help her.
That grey-domed scoundrel, ever-seeking Lady Vivienne.
Strange. Was sure I'd find her here.
Did show us the bird earlier, which is cute.
Flew off. Worth going after. Looks like the bird's leading me somewhere.
Where are we going, lady? waits for you at certain spots, I see. At least the mystery in this one's interesting. And several of them have just been like, go do this task. Okay, the task is exactly what it sounded like.
Bird flew off over the hill. Might be quicker to pass through the cave. Let's dance.
Oh, white. Yeah, right. Oh, she's a bird lady. Oh, that looks kind of cool.
Lady Vivienne, counted on me getting lost.
Some work into that.
I did. I thought you no different from the knights. Good at tourneys, hopeless in the face of true danger. I was mistaken.
So you're not actually a Bruxa.
A what?
Suspicion I had that you might be a vampire. Certain details seemed to confirm it. Then I changed my mind. Anyway, unimportant. Hear you come to this clearing often.
This is where it all began. And as I was not able to evade you, save myself from you, then I want it done here. In this very spot. With no witnesses.
Want what done?
Why, you are a witcher. You were hired to kill me, were you not? Then do so, now. And do it quickly, I beg you. I shan't resist.
Oh man, that's effort.
Witchers only hunt monsters. And even then, not all. You're no monster.
I'm a bird lady.
Then what am I to your eyes?
You're a bird lady?
Most likely you've been cursed. Don't know who by or why yet, but hope to find that out soon.
If you've no contract on my life, why take an interest at all? Did Guillaume put you up to it? Is that why?
He wanted to help you. Asked me to do him a favor. Frankly, if I can do something for you, I'll do it, willingly.
Why should I trust you?
'Cause the Duchess trusts me? 'Cause I'm a freak, too? 'Cause cases like yours are my bread and butter. Take your pick.
You shall not turn on me. Use what I say against me. You shall not tell anyone.
You got nothing to fear. Came here to help you, and I won't peep a word to anyone unless I decide it's absolutely necessary.
So be it. I shall tell you what my mama once told me. When she was with child, expecting me, she and my father spent much time together near the wood, here in this clearing. Mama loved to listen to the orioles sing. She would stroke her belly and say, "My daughter should be as beautiful as that bird. Such is my wish." But a creature dwelt in the wood who envied my parents their happiness. One day it appeared before them to say the whole wood belonged to it, and they had dared to delight in something that was not theirs.
Oh, Guillaume might be into it, man.
demanded
It's gonna be fine.
And when my parents said that they had nothing, he claimed their unborn daughter as its own.
Parents ever describe the creature?
They called it a nymph born of the deep woods, with no mother or father. But I was too young, too distraught by the curse's onset to ask after details.
What happened after that?
Nothing at first. I came into the world a perfectly normal child, and my parents forgot that day's events. But 15 summers into my life, the curse began to show. Initially only when the moon was full, But now it's advanced so that even in daytime I must use magic ointment to mask its symptoms, to look normal. Thus I thought someone had discovered my secret, then hired you to kill me.
Someone doesn't want there to be a bird lady?
In fact, I was resigned to death in coming here. Perhaps death would be preferable to my complete
basically.
and permanent transformation. For I fear that is what lies in store.
It's a fun wear combination. I think at some point in like D&D, you could be a wear anything. A wear penguin.
Ointment you use includes a potent magic ingredient. You don't have the immunity mages have. Use heavy doses, or normal doses too long, and it could be dangerous to you.
I sensed this. The very reason I knew I would have to give it up in the end, and bid my human form a final farewell.
The curse, it could be reversible. Once ran into a baron transformed into a cormorant, ostensibly for good. Managed to cure him completely.
And you truly think you could do something like this for me?
Sure you don't want to be a bird lady?
Tough case yours. You were cursed before birth. That alone complicates things. Also, you claim the curse is increasing its hold. Symptoms are progressing. Could try transferring the curse onto someone else.
What? Out of the question. I shall not allow it to ruin an innocent's life. Is this the only method you know?
Only one that's completely safe.
So there is another.
All right, there is another. Ancient ritual. We'd need an Oriole egg. Should release the curse's grip permanently. Gotta warn you though, could have serious consequences.
Consequences? What kind?
Curse was cast before you came into this world. Ritual involved transferring it to an as-yet unhatched chick. You'd be free. Thing is, you could be left with the average lifespan of an Oriole.
Well, that would suck.
7 years.
So you'd already be dead, or 7 more
I
years?
understand. Alas, every rose has its thorn, and there are no happy endings. Yet truth be told, I never thought I would get one. I came here prepared to die, yet you wish to give me 7 years of life. Real life, free life. This is no dilemma. I agree, wholeheartedly.
I see why. I understand. Don't have to decide just yet. Think it through.
I will. They must miss me at the tourney grounds by now. Shall we? Return.
Yeah, let's...
But are you gonna...
Yes. I cannot appear there all in feathers. Pardon me for a moment.
Could probably just be a bird lady.
You can change at will?
No, but I discovered the water of this pool helps. Its effects are brief, but I can always be sure of them.
Interesting.
Come.
Well,
Did you learn
your lady
anything?
friend's a bird.
Then speak, man. Can you not see I'm out of my mind with worry? What ails her?
Not really
She
into
asked
your...
me not to talk
yeah,
about
not
it.
your business,
But
dude.
I want only the best for her. Perhaps I shall be able to help, or, I don't know, console her at the least.
Vivienne gave me the details of her situation, but she did so in confidence. Promised I wouldn't tell anyone.
But I'm not just anyone. Why, I would do anything for her.
You would do anything,
I was
deal
the
with
one
not
to
knowing.
Ask you to help her. You cannot shut me out now.
I'm sorry. Look, in time Vivienne will come to understand what she owes you. I'm sure of it. But until then, you gotta understand the whole world doesn't revolve around you.
How dare you lecture me? This is not the aid I sought. And to think I gave up my spot in the
You would do
tourney to
anything. Would you become an Oriole?
I regret it now. Do you even intend to
You could become an
compete to the
attorney.
end? Or now that you've bound Vivienne to your terms, you no longer see the need?
This guy fucking sucks. So pouty.
Tourney doesn't interest me anymore. I'll wait in the tent until Vivienne's done with all her duties.
Duty.
As you will.
Greetings, my lady. Have you decided?
I have. I stand by all I have said. I wish to endanger no one and thus choose the method involving an egg. If it's to be the egg of an Oriole, I know where to find one. There is a nest in my clearing. Might you explain the nature of the ritual? Its exact course?
Oh, I got the crash again. It's for a time
Sure,
anyway.
but seems your tent's grown ears. Show yourself, Guillaume. Can hear you breathing, and I know damn well it's you.
You want to be a birdman?
Why are you here, sir? This is a private audience. Geralt, what is the meaning of this? Is this some scheme you've hatched unbeknownst to me?
No, no scheming involved. Guillaume hired me, but this matter relates to you, not him. Didn't invite him here in any case.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually surprised he showed up.
My lady, I live to serve you. Whatsoever you require, you need but beckon. I am yours to command.
Are you quite finished? Is that all you wish to say?
I suppose so.
So you shall do what I command, sir. Very well then. Listen carefully. Leave this tent, turn towards the duchy's northern marches, and run. Run until the tourney grounds are no longer within sight. Return only once you've cooled off. Then leave me be forevermore. Understood?
My lady, but your troubles. I only wish the Witcher's.
Look, Geralt's face there.
You assured me I could
Yeah,
trust
for sure.
I kept your secret. Didn't tell him anything he didn't already know.
I understand he hired you, so you had to report to him. But this is not his affair, Geralt. This is my life.
Absolutely sure you did the right thing? Not too hasty
Yes.
rejecting his help? Can't conduct the ritual using your reflection without him. Needed someone who'd willingly assume the curse in your stead.
And you thought I would agree to this? No, Geralt. When we spoke in the meadow, you told me of a ritual which required no lusty knights to aid us. This is the method I wish to pursue.
Need to find an egg. Preferably an Oriole's. Ritual itself isn't complicated, but like I said before, there'll be a side effect. Still sure you want to go through with it?
Yes. I saw a nest in the clearing where we spoke. But before we go, tell me, what will become of the chick?
We'll have to break the egg. Like you said, not everyone gets a happy ending.
And for a dream to come true, there must be sacrifices. Very well.
Well, the Oriole gets the curse, so it hatches and becomes a tiny human.
is the place.
All right. Future Marstead, finish up this quest and then keep burning through these side quests here. This one's actually pretty good. I like this one. But a couple of those last few were not so great.